Chapter 361. Auspicious Peace. Accompanied by the surging of the energy tide, auspicious peace was stirred up and thunder rumbled. In the temporary campsite, Fong Ping held the phone and chuckled. I'm going out to do a small mission and earn big money. If you don't find me these few days, don't cry. Who's crying? Fong Yuan would never admit it. You're the one who's crying. Then last time, I remember someone was crying. You even came to Magic City to find me. If I didn't call you, I would have gotten in the car. No. Fong Yuan's angry voice came through. After a while she asked, How long will you be gone this time? I don't know. It's quite far. I'll call you when I'm back. Fong Ping added, All right, cultivate well these few days and try to twice hone as soon as possible. Got it. Stop nagging. Fong Yuan added, Then be careful and pay attention to your safety. If you meet someone stronger than you, remember to run. Do I need you to teach me that? Fong Ping laughed. You too. Practice your stepping techniques well. The siblings chatted for a while before Fong Ping hung up. You're all going in first? Fong Ping hung up and turned his head to ask. There were a few people beside him now. Qin Fengqing looked at him strangely. The Fong siblings were trying to steal his business. Seeing that Fong Ping was looking at him with a half-smile, Qin Fengqing coughed softly. He glanced at Wang Jinyang unhappily and said gloomily, I didn't invite this guy. I don't know how he got here. Wang Jinyang ignored him and smiled. It's the same whether we go in early or late. I was thinking of going in second. I heard that you guys are going in first, so let's go together. Li Hansong also smiled and said, I'm fine with it. What Qin Fengqing said makes sense. The second batch will have to focus on defending the stronghold. I've thought about it. There's not much use for us to defend the stronghold. Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, Yes, that's the logic. Defending the stronghold doesn't matter if we have more or less. But if we mess up the catacombs back end, it'll be different. Even if we lure a high rank away, it'll be better than staying here. This time we'll do something big. We'll destroy their lair and lure away dozens of high ranks. TSK, then we'll be the heroes of mankind. As he spoke, Qin Fengqing said excitedly, If the few of us work together, our abilities won't be too bad, and others won't pay too much attention to us. Mixed in with a group of grandmasters, we'll be safer. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up first. Fong Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. His ability to bluff people was not bad. After pondering for a moment, Fong Ping nodded and said, That's true. The first batch to enter will give us more freedom. The experts on the other side are staring at our experts. Small fries like us might not be noticed. Shall we be the first to enter? Wang Jinyang asked. All right, I don't mind. Fong Ping was exceptionally easy to talk to. After saying that, he smiled and said, Let's go with the three of us. Forget about Qin Fengqing. He's too weak and only knows how to run. Bringing him along will only be a burden. Sure. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What's going on? They're going to shake me off just like that? I don't agree. Qin Fengqing's face was filled with grief and indignation. Was it easy for me to find a meat shield for myself? Now the meat shield actually wanted to fly alone. Fong Ping said with a faint smile, Then tell me, what's in it for us to bring you along? The three of us can still fight if we encounter a rank 5 or even a rank 6. What about you? I can do it too. Qin Fengqing said immediately, My Fengqing saber has already been trained to the point where one slash can kill a rank 6. Everyone looked at him with contempt. Bluffing to hell. After making a few jokes, Fong Ping continued, The passageway will be stabilized soon. I think everyone has prepared everything that needs to be prepared. If there's nothing else, let's go to the passageway. Everyone was straightforward and efficient. Very soon, they walked toward the passageway. You guys want to go in too? Wu Chuan frowned. What were these kids doing? Fong Ping smiled and said, Guardian Wu were martial artists. rank 4 and 5 martial artists. We're not kids. If we join forces, we won't be weaker than the average rank 6. We have our will and martial arts aspirations too. Entering the catacombs will be the same sooner or later. This is not child's play. Wu Chuan frowned and said, "We have no idea how strong the enemy opposite us is. If the enemy's strength is too strong, we won't be able to protect you. Don't." Fong Ping smiled and said, "Please don't protect us. Martial artists' life and death are fated. We won't drag you down. Don't think that we should be protected just because we're prodigy martial artists. There's no such thing. Dead martial artists are worthless. There are countless geniuses. If they die, it means that we're not lucky enough. We can't ask grandmasters to protect us every time we go into the catacombs, can we? If we don't go into the catacombs, what's the use of martial artists like us? Of course, our strength is limited. After entering the catacombs, we might leave the battlefield immediately. I hope Senior won't blame us for being deserters." Wu Chuan was hesitant. At this time, NMAU's vice-chancellor and a few others came together. Glancing at Wang Jinyang, NMAU's vice-chancellor sighed softly and said, "Fine, let's go together then." Lu Polu nodded slightly, allowing the two from MCMAU to follow. On CCMAU's side, Fu Guisheng pondered for a moment and nodded too. These prodigy martial artists were determined to enter. Unless they were tied up, there was no way to stop them. If that was the case, what Fong Ping said was not without reason. While they were holding the powerhouses back, these people might leave the battlefield. Perhaps there would be greater rewards and opportunities. Since they had agreed, Wu Chuan could not say anything else. He sighed softly and said, "Be careful then." "Don't worry." Fong Ping chuckled. He did not leave after that. Together with Wang Jinyang and the others, they gathered at the side and began to wait. Rumble. Deafening thunder roared in waves. Inside the vortex, another energy tide erupted. "It's the last wave," someone murmured softly. It was about to stabilize. When it was stable, it meant that people could enter. At this moment, many powerhouses had gathered near the passageway. Among them, a few young people stood out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The energy particles erupted beside them, and these people were playing cards. "Explode!" Fong Ping exploded. Then he tossed the cards in his hand and laughed. Sorry, I won again. Qin Fengqing owes me 80 million. Li Hansong, you have 20 million. Brother Wang, you have 10 million. Wang Jinyang said without batting an eyelid. Qin Fengqing owes me 10 million. I'll pay you back. Li Hansong said hurriedly. Qin Fengqing owes me 20 million. I'll pay you back too. Fong Ping's expression changed again. What a joke! How could a poor bastard like Qin Fengqing get it back from him? Just as he was about to reject, Wang Jinyang laughed. You paid me back once before. Fong Ping shut his mouth immediately. He glanced at Qin Fengqing, who was still in a daze. He gritted his teeth and said, It's 110 million now. Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. He had lost so much that he could barely afford to wear his pants. You cheated. Qin Fengqing looked indignant. He pointed at Fong Ping and said angrily, You must have used your mentality to peek at my cards. Get lost. Do I need it? Then why do I keep losing? How would I know? Are you blaming me for your bad luck? The few of them made a ruckus, attracting the attention of many people. The few elders beside them could not help but laugh. The younger generation today was much stronger than their generation. Just this courage and calmness were better than countless martial artists. Old Man Li glanced at Fong Ping, a little helpless. This kid insisted on going in. It was not easy to be the first batch. Unfortunately, Fong Ping and the others had already made their decision. Wu Chuan had also agreed. Whatever he said would be useless. Fong Ping. Fang Ping was still bickering with Qin Fengqing about whether he cheated or not when a shout came from the side. Fang Ping turned his head to look. He frowned slightly, got up and walked over. Fang Ping, are you really going down? Chen Yunqi looked uneasy. She had just found out that Fang Ping was going to be the first batch to enter the catacombs. They were supposed to be the second batch to enter, but now they had suddenly become the first batch. The first batch to enter was also the batch with the highest mortality rate every time the catacombs opened. Fang Ping nodded. Going in early or late is the same. Is there a difference? All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. Fang Ping, Chen Yunqi stopped him. She took out a bottle of pills from her pocket and stuffed it into Fang Ping's hand. She said softly, "Take this." Chen Yunqi did not try to persuade him. Martial artists, especially at Fang Ping's level, had already weighed the pros and cons clearly. Since he had decided to go, there was no point in persuading him otherwise. The only thing she could do now was to prepare more life-saving pills for Fang Ping. No need. Fang Ping handed the pills back and frowned. I have my own. All right, you don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. But no buts, I'll get back to work. Fang Ping returned to his original spot and continued playing cards with the others. Chen Yunqi wanted to say something but hesitated. She paced back and forth, not wanting to disturb him. The others also turned a deaf ear, as if they didn't see her. Even Qin Fengqing, who was so talkative, didn't say anything. If Fang Ping really died in the catacombs, it would be a mistake for both himself and the others to take it seriously. Seeing this, Chen Yunqi hesitated for a moment, then retreated and left. As soon as she left, Qin Fengqing teased, "Tis his Fang Ping, since when do you not want the benefits that are delivered to your doorstep? Don't give it to me, I lack medicinal pills. Pay me back my 110 million first." Fang Ping humphed. I'm warning you, if you don't return the money this time and come out of the catacombs, I'll hack you to pieces. Yes, I'll definitely return it. Qin Fengqing agreed without hesitation. There was no set date anyway. The day he returned the money depended on his mood. Once the gambling debt left the table, who would remember it? Seeing his insincere attitude, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This time it was real money. If Qin Fengqing didn't return it, he was dead meat. Gambling debt was also money. In just a short while he had 180 million, but it was all lost by that bastard Qin Fengqing alone. As they were chatting and laughing, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "It's stabilized." In the next moment, Fang Ping and the others could clearly feel that the vortex was no longer ejecting energy, gradually becoming silent. First batch of people gather. At the same time, Wu Chuan shouted, and the first batch of people gathered together. Fang Ping and the others threw down their cards and walked over quickly. The first batch of powerhouses that entered consisted of 7 grandmasters, 18 rank SXS and Fang Ping and the others. There were a total of 5 grandmasters in Nanjiang. This time, 3 of them came. Governor Zhang Dingnan, NMAU Vice-Chancellor Qin Jinzhong, and Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's Chief Curator Zhou Jingyang. As for the others, Wu Chuan was rank 9, the military department's Zhou Dinghua was rank 8, MCMU's Lu Polu was rank 7, and there was also a rank 7 deputy director of the detective department. Fang Ping glanced at them and did not look further. He was not surprised that Lu Polu appeared in the first batch of candidates. Lu Polu and Zhang Dingnan had a good personal relationship. Long before MCMAU expressed its stance, Lu Polu had represented himself to support Nanjiang, saying that it had nothing to do with MCMAU's stance. Wu Chuan looked at them one by one and said in a low voice, "Everyone, is there anything else you want to say?" Zhang Dingnan chuckled. "I've said everything that needs to be said." Cut the crap. Isn't it just entering the catacombs? As if no one has ever entered before. Let's go. There's no time to lose. The passageway is stabilized. Time to depart. The old men were calm and collected, speaking one after another, laughing and scolding as if they were just going for a field trip. Fang Ping even saw an old man next to Old Man Li tugging at the long hair that Old Man Li had just reattached, as if trying to pull a few strands out, making Old Man Li look displeased. There was not too much solemnity. Laughing and scolding were all from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Chuan chuckled. His gaze turned toward Fang Ping and the rest, saying again, "The few of you can still leave now. Once you've entered the passageway, you're not allowed to retreat anymore." Fang Ping laughed. "Guardian Wu, martial artists shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Let's go." Seeing that, Wu Chuan did not say anything else. He said in a low voice, "Depart." The next moment, all 25 of them rose into the air one after another, descending toward the passageway below. When they reached the side of the vortex, Zhang Dingnan suddenly bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and stuffed it into his arms. Beside him, Old Man Li cursed under his breath. What bad luck! Idiot! Grabbing soil. If he grabbed it, the possibility of dying was extremely high. Zhang Dingnan was not angry. He chuckled. "I'm so scared. I can't even smell a familiar scent." Everyone laughed out loud. Fang Ping and the rest looked at each other. Qin Fengqing muttered, "The atmosphere isn't good. Aren't we supposed to be valiant and high-spirited, snatching territories? Why are you so sad?" As soon as he said that, Wu Chuan suddenly laughed. "Well said. We're going to snatch territories. The younger generation must have this understanding. We're going to snatch things, not to be attacked. Yes, to snatch territories, to snatch resources, to snatch women. Forget about the women. The women in the catacombs are too savage. That makes sense. We'll just kill that woman." Ha ha ha. A group of old men and old women spoke as if they were joking. The hint of sadness from Zhang Dingnan grabbing soil earlier also faded away in an instant. After experiencing life and death, there was nothing that he could not see through. "Depart then." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chuan stepped into the vortex, disappearing instantly. The others followed one after another. Above the vortex, there were still many people at this moment, but they were silently sending everyone off. Chun Yunqi, who had left earlier, had returned at some point. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, she suddenly shouted, "Fang Ping, come back alive!" Fang Ping did not even turn his head. He waved and stepped into the vortex, disappearing on the spot quickly. Everyone had disappeared on the spot. The crowd near the deep pit was still as silent as a statue. This time, how many people could return? Chapter 362. In the energy channel, as soon as Fang Ping entered, he could feel the difference from Magic City. In Demonic City's energy passageway, one's mental strength could not reach the level of being able to be released, so it was very difficult to detect that it was formed by solidified energy particles. As for Nanjang's side, the moment they entered, they could feel that the passageway was filled with incomparably huge energy. At this moment, Wu Chuan and the others were releasing their psychic powers, not to seal the passageway, but to stabilize the passageway. No one knew when Old Man Li had walked to Fang Ping's side. He said cautiously, "Be careful, everyone. Someone might enter from the other side. The passageway has just stabilized, so it's the most dangerous time." As he spoke, the passageway suddenly trembled. A large number of energy particles began to erupt. Fang Ping's mentality and celestial bridge began to tremble, absorbing them madly. However, the energy particles that were absorbed were just a drop in the ocean. The energy channel that connected the two worlds was simply too great. Fang Ping's internal organs were shaking from the impact of the tremendous energy. Beside him, Qin Fengqing was the weakest. He spat out blood from his mouth. Fortunately, at this moment, several grandmasters made their moves. They released their mental power and began to suppress the particles. Someone has entered from the other side. After a moment, Wu Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. he added. He should be a rank 9, but he has retreated. Fang Ping and the others did not quite understand. Old Man Li said in a low voice, "There's a limit to the number of people who can enter. It's the same for them. Now that we've entered, if they enter as well, the passageway will become unstable. Once the passageway is destroyed, the people on both sides will be finished. The other party clearly doesn't dare to take the risk." Fang Ping's pupils contracted. He asked immediately, "Doesn't that mean that as long as the other party is determined, they can destroy us directly? Then it has to be at least at the 9th rank." Old Man Li smiled as he walked, saying, "Rank 7 and 8. Even if it causes temporary instability, the distance between the two sides is not far. Guardian Wu and the rest can still hold on for a while. When they reach the end, that's the time to kill the other party. If they really wanted to drag us to our deaths, then a rank 9 would have to enter and perish together with us. But usually, this kind of thing would not happen. Even in the catacombs, a level 9 powerhouse is also a city lord. Do you think they will exchange their lives for ours just to prevent us from entering? I always feel that it's too risky." Fang Ping mumbled. Old Man Li said nonchalantly, "Entering the catacombs has always been an adventure. What's this little bit of danger in the passageway?" As they spoke, they were almost at the end of the passage. This passageway was only about 1,000 meters long, and a large amount of energy particles had yet to solidify. Fang Ping did not say anything, but Qin Fengqing said enviously, "Other things aside, if I cultivate in this passageway for a few days, it'll be better than a few months outside." "Too dangerous." Wu Chuan shook his head slightly and said, "Moreover, it's impossible to enter in the early stages. Once it stabilizes, the energy particles will be quickly absorbed by the passageway. It will return to normal tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, it's not reliable to cultivate in the passageway." Fang Ping continued, "Mentality can strip the particles from the passageway, right? Isn't this a huge energy mine? The difficulty is very high. After solidification, the energy will no longer be active, and even I will find it difficult to separate it. The loss outweighs the gain. It's not worth it." It was not that he could not, but that he did not want to. A rank 9 powerhouse's absorption of free energy particles was extremely fast, but the absorption in the passageway was extremely slow. Although the energy in the passageway was almost limitless, the absorption was slow, and it was better not to absorb it at all. At the end of the passageway, Wu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Someone just entered from the other side. Clearly, the best thing that we expected didn't happen." The so-called best thing was naturally no one on the other side, and no one discovered the entrance. This was not unheard of, at least according to the records. When the passageway on Shishan was discovered, there was no one on the other side. In the early stages, some passageways were discovered, and there were also times when the opposite side was desolate and uninhabited. However, in recent years, this situation did not happen again. Once the passageway opened, the opposite side was heavily guarded. Wu Chuan exhaled slightly, staring at the exit for a while, saying in a low voice, "When we go out later, we will be attacked immediately. Therefore, I'll go out and delay the other party first. Commander Zhou and the rest of you wait for 10 seconds before coming out." Rank 6 martial artists wait 20 seconds after Commander Zhou and the rest go out before coming out of the passageway. As for Fang Ping and the rest of you, do as you see fit. Once you go out, run out of the battlefield. Life and death are up to fate. Also remember, Wu Chuan's expression was much more solemn now. He warned, if the people in front don't go back to report the news, and the second batch of people who entered did not go back either, and the catacombs martial artists begin to break out again, then the military department might seal the passageway when it's necessary. Once it's sealed, if there are still people alive, then find a place to hide and don't show up again. Wait until the passageway opens for the second time. Understood? Everyone responded. As for whether they could wait until the second opening, it would depend on luck. Most probably, they would not be able to wait. In the catacombs, if they were alone and surrounded by enemies, once they were discovered, they would almost never be able to escape the catacombs' martial artists' pursuit. Then we'll act according to plan. Zhang Dingnan, after you and Lu Polu go out, you'll be mainly responsible for guarding the passageway entrance. The other rank, 6 martial artists, will assist both of them. Hold out for 2 days, and our reinforcements will arrive. In 2 days, the passageway would stabilize once again, and the second batch of people could enter. At this moment, as Wu Chuan and the rest walked along the way, the energy particles in the passageway began to fluctuate again. At this time, it was not suitable for powerhouses to enter again. Everyone continued to respond. As for whether they could hold out for 2 days, it was hard to say. Fights between martial artists usually ended very quickly. However, no matter whether they could or not, even if they really died in battle, they still had to weaken the catacombs' high-end power, so that the next time they entered, there would be too many powerhouses here in the catacombs, causing huge losses again. While they were talking, Fang Ping had already taken out a set of clothes from the bag he was carrying, quickly changing into it. Previously on the surface, he was too embarrassed to let others see him doing this. At this moment, Fang Ping had changed his clothes and put on the long hair balaclava. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Fang Ping said hurriedly, "When I go out later, while the situation is chaotic, I'll chase after Qin Fengqin and the rest. We'll go all the way out of the battlefield. Seniors, please don't bother about us. If you bother about us, we'll be in even more danger. Just treat us like small fries." What a joke. It would be fine if the Grandmasters did not care about them. If they did, the catacombs' powerhouses would come to kill them immediately. Wu Chuan could not help but laugh. Zhang Dingnan was also a little speechless. You can't hide it. That might not be true. Fang Ping knew what everyone meant. When they fought, vitality force would erupt. This was the biggest difference between catacombs powerhouses and human powerhouses. Martial artists were very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Vitality fluctuations and energy fluctuations were still different. As long as Fang Ping made a move, vitality force could not be concealed. However, they were them. Fang Ping was not helpless. If the situation was chaotic later, he might not be found if he blended into the crowd. Of course, if the other side was full of military martial artists, the catacomb city troops were dressed differently. Then he would be the center of attention, and he would be discovered immediately. However, looking at past situations, when the catacombs sealed off the exits in advance, it was always the cooperation between civilian martial artists and military martial artists. Civilian martial artists wore all sorts of clothes. If the catacombs' clothes were similar, there was hope that he could bluff his way through. As for Fang Ping's thoughts, everyone did not say anything. It was all the same no matter what he wore. It would be best if he could blend in, but it was the same if he could not. He would be hunted down anyway. Wu Chuan did not bother about him anymore. He did not have the time to care about him now. Taking a deep breath, a scimitar appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Chuan. The scimitar's chi was not obvious. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. Fang Ping and the rest could not help but swallow. This was the weapon used by Grandmasters. It was between illusion and reality. Like mentality, it could be hidden in the void, and it could also be present in reality. It was not that Grandmasters did not use weapons, but that weapons were rare. Forging such a weapon could not be achieved with simple alloy materials. There were many conditions required. A typical Grandmaster powerhouse could not afford to forge it at all. Among the 7 Grandmasters present, only Wu Chuan and Nanjiang's Zhou Zhengyang had one. Zhou Zhengyang's upright Sun Martial Arts dojo could be found all over Nanjiang, even the whole country. He was also a rich man. He had spent countless resources to forge a weapon used by Grandmasters. It could also be called a divine weapon. It could be hidden and visible between illusion and reality. It was not inappropriate to call a weapon like this a divine weapon. I'll go out first. Wu Chuan did not delay. He took a deep breath, stepped into the vortex at the end of the passageway, and disappeared from the spot instantly. As soon as Wu Chuan left, everyone became nervous. Fang Ping and the rest included. At this moment, they were also pursing their lips, their faces solemn. They had no idea what the situation was like on the other side. Although Wu Chuan was a rank 9 powerhouse, it was better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly in the passageway. After a moment, the military department's Zhou Dingwa stepped forward and said, "I'll go first." Having said that, he leaped and disappeared from the vortex. As soon as Zhou Dingwa left, the remaining 5 grandmasters exchanged glances, leaped out one after another, and walked out of the passageway. Old Man Li took a deep breath, kicked Fang Ping and growled, "Go out later. Wait for us to lure them away first. Remember, don't stay at the entrance for too long. This is a place that must be fought for." Humans had to fight for the entrance, and so did the catacombs. Whether the catacombs defeated Wu Chuan and the rest, or Wu Chuan and the rest defeated the catacombs' powerhouses, this place would be the central point of the upcoming battle. You be careful. Don't show off. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Got it." Having said that, Old Man Li looked at the other old men and old women and shouted, "Go!" The next moment, these old men stepped out of the vortex one after another without saying a word. At this moment, only Fang Ping and the other 3 were left in the passageway. Fang Ping exhaled, suppressing the uneasiness and anxiety in his heart. He said hurriedly, "When we get out later, all of you run out. I'll look for an opportunity. If I manage to blend into the catacombs team, I'll chase after you, lure some people, and kill them instead." No matter how many powerhouses there are in the catacombs, there's a limit to the high ranks. Middle ranks are also the mainstay. The more people we kill, the fewer our people will die. Wang Jinyang said with a sullen face, "Don't do anything rash. If you barge into the catacombs team recklessly, once you're discovered, you'll be in even more danger. If we leave the catacombs, we'll definitely be their focus. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly took off his jacket and put it on the other side. Putting it on the other side was actually Earth style. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Right, I was a little confused just now. I can't attract attention at the start. They're fighting. There must be people dying near the catacombs exit. I'll look for an opportunity to blend in first." Qin Fengqing was a little tempted. Fang Ping scolded him immediately. "Don't add to the chaos." He had the energy shield, which was why he had the idea. Qin Fengqing did not. If he pretended to be a catacombs martial artist, it would make Fang Ping's plan more difficult. Everyone stopped talking and began to wait in silence. After about a minute, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Let's go." The next moment, Fang Ping stepped into the vortex. The others quickly followed. Boom! The moment Fang Ping stepped out of the passageway, a huge explosion shook his body so much that it kept shaking. The next moment, Fang Ping saw everything in front of him clearly. Near the vortex, there were corpses everywhere. Almost all of them were from the catacombs' martial artist side. However, Fang Ping's pupils shrank very quickly. There were a few corpses in familiar clothes lying on the ground. Someone had died in battle. Boom! The booming sounds continued. In the sky above the vortex, many silhouettes were flickering nonstop, fighting until the heavens and the earth cracked. Around the vortex, there were also a large number of catacombs martial artists surging in. Whoosh! Fang Ping and the others had just come out and observed the situation in the blink of an eye. In this short moment, countless arrows pierced through the air and came toward them. In front, behind, left, and right, there were troops in armor. Not only the troops, but there were also a large number of civilian powerhouses in the catacombs' ordinary clothes. At this moment, at the same time when the arrows were shot, they used flight, step, and attacked. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to counterattack, a sword gleam flashed past. All the arrows broke and fell. More than 10 middle-ranked powerhouses who came with flight step were cut in half instantly. Not far away, Li Chongqing did not draw his sword. He waved the long sword in its scabbard wantonly. After killing the enemy with one slash, Li Chongqing growled, "Break through to the east!" Fang Ping did not utter a word. He leaped over and punched an armored soldier on his right into pieces. He asked hurriedly, "What's the situation?" "1 rank, 9. 3 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s. Old man Li's expression was extremely ugly. He said, quickly, "The other party has turned out in full force. Commander, Zhou can't hold on much longer. Now that we're entangled, it's hard for us to retreat, even if we want to. At least, it's hard for grandmasters to retreat. You guys leave quickly." At this moment, the powerhouses were besieging a few grandmasters. The difference in strength between both sides was almost double. 5 rank 7s against 9 rank 7s, 1 rank 8 against 3. If this went on, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. According to the original plan, the grandmasters would have to fight and retreat at the same time. Then they would think of a way to regroup and attack the entrance while waiting for reinforcements. Zhang Dingnan and the other man, who were supposed to guard the entrance of the cave, had no choice but to participate in the battle. Otherwise, the others would soon be surrounded and killed. The conversation between the two was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Chongqing had already killed many people. On the periphery, a large number of martial artists seemed to be endless, constantly surging towards the vortex. All around, all the rank 6 powerhouses were fighting bravely, bathed in blood. In the sky, the grandmasters were doing their best to hold back all the high ranks, giving Li Chongqing and the rest time. Even if they could not kill the enemy, they had to find an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and the other 2 had also charged out and were caught in the sea of people. A large number of catacombs martial artists were surging toward them. Some peak rank 6 powerhouses were looking for an opportunity, waiting for a killing blow. Fang Ping did not have much time to think. Right now, he had to fight his way out of the encirclement first. Old Li start a chaotic battle. "Disrupt them and let me sneak in," Fang Ping shouted in a low voice. Old man Li did not say anything, but a dazzling light appeared in front of him, so bright that the surrounding catacombs martial artists had to close their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping restrained his aura, changed his clothes quickly, and lay prone on the ground. His body automatically cracked open with a large number of wounds, and his face was also a bloody mess. Old man Li, who was killing the enemy, raised his eyebrows slightly. Fang Ping was gone. Naturally, he did not believe that Fang Ping was dead. This kid really had some skills. He did not stay where he was. As expected, Fang Ping was among the corpses nearby. Old man Li leaped up and charged toward the side. In midair, a few powerhouses in the flight step also raised their eyebrows slightly. Another one dead? They did not pay much attention to it. The few people who came out did not have strong auras. It was not surprising that they were killed in the chaos. A few of them looked at the vortex entrance again. There should be no one else, right? Even if there was, with the strength of the passageway, it would not be able to support powerhouses above commander level to pass through. In the next moment, a few of them looked at each other. Without hesitation, they attacked one after another. Although it was insignificant to kill some middle and lower ranks, the loss was too great. They would not be able to account to the commander level. Just as old man Li lured the crowd away, Fang Ping, who was lying prone on the ground, also blended into the crowd without a sound. A few powerhouses in the flight step saw that he was also in the flight step. They glanced at him and did not look anymore. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. His mentality kept absorbing energy particles, but he did not absorb them into his body. Instead, He let them linger outside his body. Once his energy shield was activated, vitality and energy fluctuations would not leak anymore. Without energy fluctuations, it would be troublesome. Fang Ping was absorbing energy particles and lingering outside his body now. Although the fluctuations were not strong, they were not too obvious. The catacombs really have a communication channel. In the next moment, such a thought flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Otherwise, the Nanjiang catacombs would not be so well prepared. Chapter 363. Kill. At this moment, the old men who were laughing and scolding earlier seemed to have transformed into different people, turning into killing gods. Near the vortex, blood flowed like a river. Wang Jinyang and the other two stood back to back, relying on each other, killing those armored soldiers continuously. There were strong and weak martial artists in the army. The 3 middle ranks were not cabbages. More than 10 rank 6 powerhouses attracted the attention of many catacombs powerhouses. Almost all the rank 6 martial artists were there. Break out! A white-haired old man roared, slashing with his saber. A path of flesh and blood appeared in front of him. However, in the next moment, several saber and sword gleams flashed behind him, cutting the old man's flesh and blood in an instant. The old man did not die, as if he did not feel anything. He waved his saber again. A huge saber gleam flashed, opening up a no-man's land in front again. The direction they were breaking out from was the west. Earlier, Old Man Li asked Fang Ping and the rest to break out from the east. The catacombs army began to move. Powerhouses from other directions gathered toward the west. Old Man Li and the rest also began to gather there. Obviously, they wanted to gather together, open up the passage to the west, and break out. Fang Ping glanced at them, his gaze cold and sharp, but he did not look at them for long. He quickly charged toward Wang Jinyang and the rest. At this moment, the 3 of them were also in trouble. 2 rank 5s, 1 rank, for their strength was not bad. Although the powerhouses were lured to Old Man Li and the rest, there was already a rank 6 martial artists leading some rank 4 and 5 powerhouses to kill them. The periphery was filled with a large number of armored soldiers. There were also some middle-ranked archers who were shooting arrows to kill them. Kagu! Fang Ping roared, wielding his saber and charging down. The saber. It was not his own saber. Earlier, Fang Ping had already put the chaos-vanquishing saber into the storage space. Although the storage space was similar to a cube with a 1-meter edge, the chaos-vanquishing saber was not too long, about 2 meters. It could be placed in it diagonally. The saber now was randomly picked up by Fang Ping on the ground. At this time, hundreds of martial artists had died, and there were a lot of weapons on the ground. Fang Ping was filled with rage. With a roar, he charged down. His face was full of scars. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong did not recognize him immediately. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, had heard Fang Ping speak the catacombs language. His expression changed, and he raised his saber to meet Fang Ping. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Fengqing flew backward toward the east. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were stunned for a moment before they reacted and chased after Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the catacombs martial artists around him were only focused on killing the trio and did not seem to be paying much attention to him, he chased after the trio again. As for the rank 6 martial artists behind him, Fang Ping forced himself not to look at them. There were still many peak rank 6 powerhouses in the rank 6 battle. He could not participate in it. In front of them, Wang Jinyang and the other 2 were not weak. They had killed rank 5 powerhouses before when they were still rank 4. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had both broken through to rank 5. Their combat strength was much stronger, but they did not unleash their full power. With the 3 of them working together, they managed to kill a rank 5 martial artist with much difficulty. Then, when they exchanged blows with the rank 6 martial artist, they were sent flying again. Fang Ping chased after them all the way. As expected, there were fewer armored soldiers and powerhouses in the east. Old Man Li and the rest had lured a large group of powerhouses to the west. At this moment, the energy and vitality fluctuations behind them were earth-shattering. It was even more intense than the battle in the sky. The catacombs martial artists were not stupid. They seemed to have seen through Wang Jinyang and the rest's intentions. The rank 6 martial artist in the lead yelled, "Stop them!" The next moment, a large number of rank 4 and 5 powerhouses charged toward them from all directions, not giving them a chance to escape. Fang Ping more or less understood what they meant. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the catacombs' language was not that different. Other than the slightly different accents, it was similar to Sino Nation's Mandarin, with a difference in local accents. But this is not a good thing. Fang Ping sighed again in his heart. Unifying the language was definitely not something to be happy about. This meant that there might be a powerful force in the catacombs, a unified force. Unifying the language was not a small matter. Even Earth could not achieve it now. Perhaps it had something to do with the catacombs' central area. Without much time to think, Fang Ping followed the crowd and charged forward. Wang Jinyang and the rest did not linger. They fought and retreated at the same time. With the 3 of them working together, the rank 4 and 5 martial artists could not stop them at all. The only rank 6 powerhouse attacked a few times. In the end, he could only send a few people flying and make them retreat a little further. Fang Ping judged that this rank 6 Sanjiao gate should not be sealed yet. Right now, in order to not let the Sanjiao gate open, the rank 6 would hold back when he attacked. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Wang Jinyang and the rest who did not risk their lives to resist the rank excess attack. Seeing that the few of them were running further and further away, with signs of leaving the central battle zone, the rank 6 martial artist in the lead was slightly enraged. He yelled, "Send a few more generals." As soon as he said that, 3 more rank SAXS flew out from the many powerhouses who were surrounding Old Man Li in the west. Fang Ping's expression changed. The catacombs martial artists were quite pragmatic. He thought that this fellow, a rank 6, would not call for help if he could not kill a few rank 4s and 5s. Just as the 3 of them flew out of the battle zone, Old Man Li let out a roar from the west. The sword gleam soared into the sky and fell like thunder. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The 3 rank SAXS who flew out were killed in an instant. This time, the entire battlefield seemed to be silent for a second. Fang Ping turned his head to look. Old Man Li had not drawn his sword yet. Right now, his face was a little pale, fighting with 2 peak rank 6 powerhouses. Many bloody marks appeared on his body. These people did not use mentality in their fight. Among rank 6 powerhouses, although some peak powerhouses' mentality had reached the stage where they could expel it at their level, as long as they had not achieved mentality-vitality fusion, the effect of mentality intimidation was limited. Instead, they had to be careful of their mentality, collapsing and dying instantly. And this actually gave Old Man Li a chance. He was considered a top-notch powerhouse among peak rank 6. However, if he encountered a rank 6 who could expel mentality and use mentality to suppress him, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Most of the Sino Nation martial artists knew this, but the catacombs martial artists did not. Without anyone using mentality to suppress him, Old Man Li was currently fighting 2 peak rank 6 alone. He still had enough energy to kill the 3 rank SAXS who flew out. It was obvious how powerful his ability was. 3 rank SAXS were killed in an instant. Now, the rank SXS who were besieging did not dare to move recklessly. Regarding the situation in the east, everyone had seen it for themselves. 3 rank 4 and 5 martial artists were not enough to cause trouble. Instead, it was these peak warlord powerhouses that needed to be taken seriously. The rank 6 martial artist in the east saw the situation and revealed a look of horror. This time he did not call for help anymore. Instead, he charged toward Wang Jinyang and the rest in silence. Chasing after these people was much better than over there. The powerhouses in the land of rebirth were indeed powerful. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and the rest also seized the opportunity. The three of them fled frantically, not fighting with the catacombs martial artists at all. Li Hansong was used as a shield, blocked by the two of them. The attacks of the martial artists at the back were also completely resisted by Li Hansong. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was mixed in with the pursuing team, felt some sympathy for Li Hansong. The two of them were not good people. As he chased after them, Fang Ping glanced back at them. In the distance, Old Man Li and the rest were fighting with all their might. Yet, Old Man Li's sword had not been unsheathed. Fang Ping looked toward the horizon once more. The booming sounds were continuous. However, the most eye-catching was not the rank 9's battle, but the 4 golden rays like 4 suns. One of the golden rays was slightly dim, surrounded by the other 3 suns. Commander Zhou! Fang Ping's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. Zhou Dingguo was fighting 1 against 3, and was no longer a match. Old Man Li had long said that he wanted to kill a rank 8. If this went on, he might have to find an opportunity to do so. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping roared, "Kogu!" Having said that, he dashed toward Li Hansong and the other 2 at lightning speed. Along with him, there were dozens of rank 4 and 5 powerhouses, plus the rank 6 powerhouse. On the periphery, there was also a group of armored soldiers sealing off the battle zone, but their abilities were not strong. In the blink of an eye, the Wang Jinyang trio had pierced through. However, it was not that there were no powerhouses on the periphery. In the next moment, a strong energy wave flashed. There was still a rank 6 here. In the next moment, the pursuing team consisting of 2 rank SAXS, more than 10 rank 5s, and more than 20 rank 4 martial artists charged toward the trio at high speed. "We're done for." Qin Fengqin cursed under his breath as he ran madly. "They think too highly of us." He was only a rank 4. Right now, rank 4s were almost as common as cabbages. There were a bunch of rank 5s and 2 rank SXS. Wang Jinyang clung to his shoulder without batting an eyelid, saying in a low voice, "Most of them are civilian martial artists. Their abilities are average. Only the rank 6 who just chased after us is a military martial artist. Later, when we're tens of li away from the battle zone, we'll counterattack and kill them." 2 rank SS. Fang Ping is still there. A strange look flashed across Wang Jinyang's eyes. This kid was really good. He actually managed to sneak in. With Fang Ping around, they might be able to trap and kill the other party. The 3 middle ranks were not really cabbages. This time, the 3 middle ranks martial artists gathered on the battlefield were about 1,000 people at most. However, those older martial artists were not afraid of death. At this moment, they had already killed more than 100 people. If they also trapped and killed these powerhouses who chased after them, the catacombs would suffer a heavy loss. These catacombs martial artists were much easier to deal with than those in Magic City. These catacombs powerhouses in Magic City had fought with humans for many years. They were ruthless and cunning enough. Nanjiang's catacombs was newly opened. The martial artists here did not have a strong killing aura. Even if they were rank 6, they did not give Wang Jinyang and the rest too much pressure. Catacombs martial artists were not like humans who went on expeditions everywhere. Fang Ping and the rest, even Fang Ping, who had the least combat experience, had participated in the catacombs siege war. He had probably seen more bloodshed than most of the catacombs martial artists here. Hearing that Fang Ping was there, Qin Fengqin's eyes lit up. Yes, Fang Ping was still in the crowd. Maybe he could really trap and kill these guys later. A few minutes later, Qin Fengqin and the other 2 had already run more than 10 li away. Behind them, the martial artists who chased after them did not have the slightest intention of giving up. Compared to the land of rebirth martial artists who were unfamiliar with the place, they were the hosts. It was impossible to run away in their own territory. At this moment, 2 rank 6 martial artists had gathered. The rank 6 martial artist who chased them earlier did not wear armor. Clearly, he was not a military martial artist. Right now, facing the military martial artist who had just chased after them, he was also fawning over him. As he chased, he laughed and said, "General Willow Tree, these people's realms are not high, and their abilities are not weak either. Should we capture them alive or kill them? It's best if we can capture them alive. If we can't, then we'll kill them." General Willow Tree said it extremely coldly. His tone was not too gentle either. The other rank 6 martial artist did not show any signs of anger. He lifted his head to look at the sky and sighed. There are indeed many powerhouses in the land of rebirth. Luckily, we were prepared. General Willow Tree ignored him and stared at the 3 people in front of him. At this moment, the 3 of them had gradually slowed down. Fang Ping, who was not far behind them, moved his ears. The catacombs had indeed received the news in advance. Was it news from the central region? Or could it be that the opening of the passageway was indeed controlled by them? At this moment, the sounds of battle behind them had gradually weakened. Fang Ping and the rest had already left the central battle zone. In front of them, Qin Fengqing and the other 2 had also stopped in their tracks. The martial artists who were chasing after them had surrounded them. The 2 rank 6 powerhouses looked down from above. They did not talk too much nonsense. The 2 of them did not let the rank 4 and 5 martial artists fight first. They just wanted to watch the show. Almost at the moment the encirclement was formed, the 2 of them attacked Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong, respectively. The remaining rank 4 Qin Fengqing was the target of the others. More than 10 rank 5s and dozens of rank 4s. Killing a rank 4 was not difficult at all. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was no longer smiling cheekily. Seeing that Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were each entangled with a rank 6 powerhouse, he had already unleashed his full strength. He gritted his teeth, raised his saber, and charged into the crowd. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to help Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. The moment Qin Fengqing charged into the crowd, Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly, stunning the few people around Qin Fengqing. There were no peak rank 6 powerhouses here, no high-ranked powerhouses. Fang Ping's mentality erupted. Out of everyone's expectations, those few people did not even know what was happening before they were cut into half by Qin Fengqing at the waist. Qin Fengqing was also slightly stunned for a moment, but his actions were not slow at all. He immediately knew that Fang Ping was playing tricks. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was excited. With a loud roar, his great saber slashed out an intense vitality saber glow. Fang Ping mingled in the periphery. His mentality also erupted continuously. It was not even an outburst anymore. With so many rank 4 and 5 powerhouses, it was difficult for him to stun them. At this moment, what Fang Ping was doing was to detonate these mentalities. Only the mentality explosion could stun those rank 4 and 5 martial artists. Qin Fengqing unleashed his invincible might. His Changdao slashed down like thunder, almost 1 slash for 1 person. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed. Everything happened too quickly. Very soon, the catacombs encirclement team was a little chaotic. How could a rank 4 be so strong? What's going on? Hiding his strength? Be careful, everyone. Everyone said a few words at once, looking at Qin Fengqing with some vigilance. Fang Ping's mentality explosion was only targeted at a few people. Qin Fengqing's follow-up attack was also extremely fast. These people did not notice it. Even if they noticed it, they might not believe it. If there was a powerhouse who could expel mentality, these people would not be enough for the other party to kill, because the other party was at least a peak rank 6. Hurry up! Just when everyone was on guard, Fang Ping let out a low roar. He used the catacombs language, but he was reminding Qin Fengqing not to dawdle. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong could not hold on any longer. It was fine if the two of them teamed up to deal with one person, but to fight a rank 6 powerhouse alone, even if he was a prodigy martial artist, after all, he had just entered rank 5. How could it be that easy? Under the circumstances of a peak rank 5, it was still possible for the two of them to kill a rank 6 alone. Right now, it was a little too early. Seeing this, Qin Fengqin gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm going to use my ultimate move. You guys can wait to die." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping knew that it was time to start working. Huge amounts of mentality surged out instantly, and then he roared, "Kaku!" With a roar, the others subconsciously rushed forward. At the same time, mentality exploded again. Fang Ping's face was pale. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqin let out a furious roar. His Changdao erupted with a dazzling blood-red glow, sweeping and slashing in a circle. Puff, puff, puff! A series of sounds of metal entering bodies could be heard. The sound of bones and metal colliding could be heard. The group of people in the innermost layer was instantly cut in half at the waist. "Retreat!" A catacombs martial artist roared. Then everyone retreated one after another. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqin's face was pale, yet he smiled smugly and looked at everyone provocatively. "Something's wrong." Someone let out a low growl. Although the person in front of them had a strong outburst, it was not to the extent where he could kill so many people with one slash. After all, there were still rank 5 powerhouses in the crowd. Many people looked around. The fluctuations from the mentality explosion earlier were not weak. Some people felt it. At this moment, they were all looking around, their eyes revealing their vigilance. Was there a peak warrior-level powerhouse from the land of rebirth here? Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked around. There were still many people. This was not easy to kill. This Qin Fengqin fellow was indeed useless. If it was a rank 5 martial artist who cooperated with Fang Ping, they might all be trapped and killed in no time. At this moment, it was not the time to slowly grind. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were about to explode. Over at the central battle zone, the other's situation could not be seen clearly. However, the golden body powerhouse, Zhou Dinggua's golden glow, was getting dimmer. Taking another look at Qin Fengqin, Fang Ping exhaled. "Good luck to you. I have to deal with a rank 6 first. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight anymore." General Willow Tree was Fang Ping's target. At this moment, that military martial artist was pressing down on Li Hansong. Li Hansong's skull was already flashing with golden light. Such a phenomenon made General Willow Tree extremely excited. Obviously, he also realized that he had caught a big fish this time. As for Fang Ping, he leaped into the air at this moment, flying over there, shouting, "General Willow Tree, there's something wrong with the person below." General Willow Tree, who was fighting Li Hansong with all his might, was slightly stunned. It was not because of Fang Ping's report, but because of Fang Ping's way of addressing him. A rank for martial artists dared to call him that? The catacombs had a strict hierarchy. Even if they were to shout, they would still call him Lord General. Civilian martial artists would not be so inconsiderate. Such a thought flashed across General Willow Tree's mind. However, at this moment, there was no time to say anything more. Or perhaps the other party did not even consider that someone would sneak in. And at this moment, Li Hansong, who was opposite, saw Fang Ping charging up. His eyes lit up instantly. Following that, he let out a roar. His skull shone brilliantly with golden light. Both his fists turned into palms, grabbing both of Willow Tree's arms. Even if the flesh and blood of his arms exploded in an instant, Li Hansong did not let go. General Willow Tree let out a cold humph. A last-ditch struggle. Such a thought had just flashed across his mind when General Willow Tree heard someone shouting from behind, "I'll help you!" Willow Tree frowned. "Do I need your help?" Such a thought had just arisen when a blood-red Changdao appeared soundlessly behind him. It did not carry the slightest energy fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, it slashed down on top of his head like a thunderbolt. Chapter 364. No, a mournful and unwilling scream was heard. This rank 6 powerhouse named Willow Tree obviously did not expect his own people to attack him. The skull was the weakness of everyone below rank 7. Even rank 7 powerhouses might not have honed it deeply. At this moment, Li Hansong was trying his best to imprison him. Fong Ping's saber attack was silent. When the saber landed, a cracking sound came from the skull, accompanied by an unwilling scream. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. As soon as the scream was heard, the rank 6 martial artist who was fighting Wang Jinyang on the other side could not help but turn his head to look. When he saw the situation, clearly he was stunned for a moment. General Willow Tree was killed by his own people. The people below who were initially chasing after Qin Fengqing were now full of confusion and fear. What was going on? They were frightened and lost, but Fong Ping and the rest were not. The moment Willow Tree was killed, Li Hansong's body erupted with a powerful golden light. He did not help Wang Jinyang, but rushed below to kill those rank 4 and 5 martial artists. If he delayed any longer, Qin Fengqing would be hacked to death. Qin Fengqing was almost moved to tears. Iron-head Li was indeed reliable to Fong Ping. Fong Ping actually left him more than 10 rank 4s and 7 to 8 rank 5s. He was almost scared to death. Fong Ping shouted, "Brother Wang, hold him back. Don't let these people run back." Having said that, Fong Ping descended quickly. The chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand erupted with an intense blood-red glow, slashing down from the sky. Wang Jinyang did not complain. With a roar, the surface of his body was instantly wrapped in blood. This was not enough. Bone marrow force began to permeate outwards. He had to hold this rank 6 back, even if he had to die. Li Hansong and Fong Ping had no problem killing those rank 4s and 5s, but they needed time. Until Fong Ping shouted, that rank 6 powerhouse's expression changed drastically. A land of rebirth martial artist. A land of rebirth martial artist had actually mixed into the team. How was it possible? As a rank 6 powerhouse, he was extremely sensitive to auras. In his eyes, Wang Jinyang and the rest were not too obvious. Their powerful vitality force could not even be concealed. But now, reality told him that someone had mixed into the team, and he did not realize it. The rank 4 and 5 martial artists on the ground were also stunned. It was at this moment that Fong Ping suddenly shouted in the catacombs language, "Quick, surround and kill them!" All the catacombs martial artists understood what he meant. In the next moment, everyone on the ground looked terrified and distanced themselves from each other. Some of them soared into the sky, turned around, and ran towards the central battle zone. This place was too dangerous. There were martial artists from the land of rebirth, mixed in with the team. This time, gigantic Willow City had turned out in full force. A large number of martial artists had been conscripted, and they did not know everyone. These martial artists immediately went on high alert. After all, just now, some of them had died for no reason. A portion of the people who leaped into the air were stopped by Li Hansong. As for the remaining people, Fong Ping let out a furious roar. His mentality exploded once again, temporarily stunning them. Then, the chaos-vanquishing saber unleashed a powerful saber glow, cutting them down instantly. Fong Ping's face turned pale once more. Every time his mentality exploded, he would suffer damage as well. It was fine if he did not do this a few times, but if he did it a few more times, he would be shaken into an idiot. Qin Fengqing, explode, kill quickly. Fong Ping cut down a few people and roared. Qin Fengqing was close to tears. "I don't have so many kinds of explodes. Do you really think I'm an unkillable cockroach?" However, at this moment, those catacombs martial artists had also erupted in the face of danger. Some of them charged towards him, while others ran towards the central battle zone. The others were exploding. If he did not, he would really die. Explode! Qin Fengqing let out a furious roar. He swallowed a vitality outburst pill in one gulp. The vitality in his entire body condensed into one instantly, and he slashed with a saber glow. Boom! A deafening roar was heard. The few rank 4s who rushed up were killed instantly. 2 rank 5 powerhouses also coughed up blood and flew out. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing's face was pale. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, panting violently. Trash! What happened to killing a rank 6 with 1 slash? At this moment, Fang Ping still had the time to scold people. This made Qin Fengqing, whose brain was almost on fire, almost vomit blood. You still have so much energy? Hurry up and kill people. Fang Ping was indeed killing people. It was easy for him to kill people. When encountering rank 4s, he would use his mentality to intimidate them directly. When they were intimidated, he would kill them with 1 slash. When encountering rank 5s, he would use his mentality to explode the other party's mentality, and then kill them with 1 slash. After a while, there were dozens of corpses lying on the ground. The rank 4 and 5 martial artists had been slaughtered by a few people. Fang Ping fell to the ground, panting violently. Beside him, Li Hansong was bathed in blood. He could barely lift his arms and legs. In midair, Wang Jinyang kept coughing up blood. Seeing the 3 people below him raising their heads to look at him, he felt like dying. What were they looking at? Kill. If they did not support him now, he would be beaten to death. Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing were really powerless to support him now. They looked at Fang Ping one after another. Fang Ping's face was pale. In addition to that, in order to hide his face earlier, he had cracked many wounds on his face. At this moment, he looked especially hideous. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Fang Ping panted. Wait for a while. I'm also King tired. Did he really think that killing people was not tiring? Wang Jinyang can't hold on any longer. It's okay. His bone marrow hasn't permeated his body yet. He won't die. Fang Ping said irresponsibly. After resting for a while, seeing that the rank 6 was about to run, he leaped into the air, wielding his saber and charging over. Don't waste time. Permeate your body with bone marrow. Fang Ping roared. Then 5 celestial bridges appeared in front of him instantly. Mentality and vitality force surged rapidly. A rank 6 was not that easy to kill. The other party was also unleashing full force at this moment. He did not even care about the stability of the Sanjiao Gate. Every move was powerful, hitting Wang Jinyang until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. If he did not use his trump card ultimate move, even if the other party could not kill them, it would not be difficult for him to escape. Wang Jinyang did not hesitate either. With a low growl, the sound of blood flowing became clear instantly. Large amounts of blood seeped out from the surface of his body. Holding his saber with both hands, he slashed down swiftly and violently. Below, Fang Ping's celestial bridges vibrated. Large amounts of celestiality surged into the chaos-vanquishing saber. This time, there was no collapse like last time. The chaos-vanquishing saber unleashed an intense bloodlust, slashing toward the rank 6 who was trying to escape. This was not enough. Below, Li Hansong also let out a furious roar. His fist exuded a strong golden glow, charging toward the sky. 3 of humanity's most elite prodigy martial artists, 2 rank 5s, 1 peak rank 4, had unleashed their most powerful killer moves. The rank 6 opposite them was only a normal rank 6 powerhouse. Now that he sensed a life and death crisis, he let out a furious roar. 3 incorporeal doors appeared above his head. One of the doors, with its opening, was about to be completely sealed. Once one of the doors was sealed, the other party would be a middle stage rank 6 powerhouse. If 2 of the doors were sealed, it would be an upper stage rank 6. If the Sanjiao Gate was completely sealed, it would be a peak rank 6. This person was about to step into middle stage rank 6. He had not unleashed his full force all this while, but now he could not care less. 3 doors appeared. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of energy gushed out from the door that was about to be sealed, attacking the gap of the door that was about to be sealed even wider. Bastard! The other party cursed. He, who was about to step into middle stage rank 6, had no choice but to unleash full force at the cost of wasting all his previous efforts. These land of rebirth martial artists deserved to die. Still talking so much when you're dead. Fong Ping let out a low humph. The chaos-vanquishing saber had already unleashed a dazzling blood-red glow. The blood-red glow slashed at the door above the other party's head in an instant. Wang Jinyang was not slow at all. The saber glow slashed downward. Li Hansong also charged toward the sky, hammering a punch at the other party's head. You guys forced me to do this. Sensing a strong sense of danger, this rank 6 powerhouse had already realized that he might not make it this time. The next moment, among the 3 doors that were about to be sealed, the one that was about to be sealed exploded abruptly. Initially, it was just an incorporeal door. At this moment, when it exploded, it erupted with powerful energy waves. Fong Ping's expression changed. His feet sped up, fleeing swiftly. Wang Jinyang charged straight into the sky, not hesitating at all. Li Hansong was the closest. He let out an angry curse. As he fled, his body surged with an even thicker golden glow. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Even the battle zone outside the passageway could hear the explosion, just as the intense explosion erupted from Fong Ping and the other side. Central battle zone. At this moment, many of Old Man Li's people had died in battle. Out of the 18 rank 6 powerhouses, only 7 or 8 were left. Hearing the explosion coming from the east, a white-haired old man laughed immediately. Good job, killing a rank 6. That was the power of the Sanjiao Gates, self-destruction. As for the high ranks, they were all in the sky. The outcome of the battle had not been determined yet. Laughing aside, everyone was not at ease. Fong Ping and the rest had forced a rank 6 to self-destruct. Their ability was indeed extremely valiant. However, even a rank 6 had self-destructed. Would those few little fellows die too? Old Man Li turned his head and swept a glance. In a low voice, he said, "We can't drag this out any longer. It was worth it this time. We killed several rank 16s and hundreds of middle ranks. The few of you, run if you can. If you can't, then self-destruct. Blow those curs up. What about you?" An old man had just finished asking when a sword gleam flashed behind him, piercing through his heart directly. At the same time, Old Man Li wielded the sheathed longevity sword and swung it forcefully. The speed was extremely fast. The sword gleam pierced through the ambusher's head in the blink of an eye. "I want to kill the big one," Old Man Li said quietly. Unfortunately, the other party could no longer hear him. At this moment, Zhou Dingwa's golden light was about to be extinguished. Even further away, 2 rank 9s were fighting. Their fight was so intense that it seemed like the sky was about to split open. Although Wu Chuan was strong, he was not strong enough to crush his opponent. Right now, he was being held back by someone. In other places, a few rank 7s joined forces. Zhang Dingnan's blood-colored saber gleam streaked across the sky. Zhou Xingyang's divine weapon erupted. For the time being, they had not reached the point of no return. However, these people could not free themselves to help Zhou Dingwa. As expected, I still need to turn the situation around. At this moment, there was no way to retreat. Once Zhou Dingwa died, the 3 Golden Body Masters would have no opponents. Soon, they would be able to destroy several level 7 Supreme Power Masters. If these people joined forces, even if they could not kill Wu Chuan would not be able to escape. If they were entangled for too long and the reinforcements had yet to arrive, Wu Chuan might be dragged to death. A rank, 9 falling, was a price that Sino Nation could not afford. Old Man Li took a deep breath. He was not in a hurry to make his move. The timing was still lacking. The next moment, Old Man Li soared into the sky again, charging into the rank 6 battle group. Now there were more rank 6 powerhouses besieging him, more than 10 li away. Fang Ping shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. In the distance, Wang Jinyang fell to the ground rapidly. Large amounts of blood dripped onto the ground. His injuries were not light. Underground, Qin Fengqing crawled out of the pit with a dusty face, spitting out a lot of soil mixed with blood. A rank 6 powerhouse self-destructing the Sanjiao Gate. It had to be said that the power was terrifying. The few of them were almost blown to death. The 3 of them gathered together. Fang Ping looked around, frowning. Is Li Hansong dead? I don't know, Wang Jinyang replied weakly. He really did not know. If he was dead, then so be it. After entering the catacombs, no one expected to come back alive. If he had the time to grieve now, he might as well think about killing a few more in the future for revenge. He's not dead, is he? Qin Fengqing shook his head, panting. I can't do it anymore. Let's run quickly. If a few more rank 4 and 5 come, we'll all die. Vitality depleted, internal organs heavily injured. I can't do it anymore. As he said that, this fellow fished out a resurrection pill and swallowed it. This was not the time to be stingy. As for what he said earlier about not having any pills, that was naturally a lie. Who would not bring enough life-saving pills into the catacombs? Even if they were not afraid of death, they would not court death. Fang Ping thought that he had more than 10 resurrection pills. If everyone took them out now, he might not have as many as the other 3. Wang Jinyang was also swallowing pills. Fang Ping looked around. He did not see Li Hansong. He was silent for a moment without saying anything. Iron Head Li was blown to death, just like that. As he was thinking, a massive object suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! A loud bang. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Li Hansong was covered in blood. He crawled out of the hole slowly, saying weakly, You guys run really fast. Among them, he was the slowest. He was almost blown to death. Seeing that he was still alive, Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He said immediately, Let's split up. I'll blend in again. The 3 of you keep running east. If there's a chance, I'll look for you. If there's no chance, then we'll meet here in a few days. 1 month at most. After a month, we'll all go out. After a month, we'll either build a stronghold or seal off the passageway. No matter what, if we don't go out, we won't have a chance to go out anymore. Wang Jinyang panted. It's too risky for you to blend in. It's wartime now. No one will notice. Once the war ends, the catacombs will definitely know about middle-ranked martial artists. What about the lower ranks? Fang Ping laughed. There's a lot of them in the 3 lower ranks. It'll be hard to be recognized. We'll talk about it later. He could mask his aura. He could even pretend to be a normal person. However, pretending to be a normal person would be too conspicuous. There were martial artists everywhere. If a normal person appeared here, even a fool would know that something was wrong. Must you go back? I'll go take a look. Stop talking nonsense. It's a waste of time. As he said that, Fang Ping said immediately, Pack up the spoils. Take as much as you can. Having said that, Fang Ping began to get up and pack up the spoils. Qin Fengqing also struggled to find something. He had suffered a huge loss this time. He had to find something to make up for it. Fang Ping searched for a while and packed up a big bag. He did not look at it in detail. He found a rank for medal and replaced the one in front of him. Although the catacombs medal was the same, the one he was originally wearing was from Skygate City. The city emblem on the back was different. After he was done, Fang Ping said in a low voice, There are people coming after us again. Be careful. You guys are in much more danger than I am. The few of them nodded. Although they did not know how Fong Ping did it, this guy could hide his vitality fluctuations. This was much safer. As for the few of them, once they used vitality force, they would be discovered immediately. The few of them did not waste any more time. The three of them supported each other. They did not use vitality force. They only relied on their physical strength and ran all the way into the distance. Fong Ping exhaled. He did not go back the way he came. If he bumped into someone now, it would be hard to explain. After all, 2 rank SXS were dead. Chapter 365. A few minutes later, Fong Ping blended into the crowd again. At this moment, the catacombs' powerhouses were besieging the rank. 6 powerhouses in the center. Fong Ping sneaked in without a sound, and not many people paid attention. Only now did Fong Ping know how many people came to the catacombs this time. In all directions, there were no less than 5,000 military martial artists. Most of these people were in the 3 lower ranks. As for the 3 middle ranks martial artists, they were everywhere now, at least a few hundred people. In the center, dozens of rank 6 martial artists were besieging the human rank SXS. This did not include those killed by Old Man Li and the rest. If they were included, this kind of strength was stronger than the overall strength of Nanjiang. However, over at the Nanjiang catacombs, there was less of a murderous aura. In Magic City catacombs, Fong Ping had met the Skygate level army, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. Here, however, these troops seemed a little lazy. In front, powerhouses were fighting, and some military martial artists were even whispering. This was almost impossible to see in Skygate City. Skygate City's military martial artists were more like killing machines. Fong Ping walked past, but he did not walk toward the military martial artists. Instead, he walked toward the martial artists who were dressed differently. These were the catacombs' civilian martial artists. When he walked to the front, some rank 4 and 5 martial artists were standing in the air, guarding all directions. In the center was the rank 6 martial artists' battlefield. These rank 4 and 5 powerhouses in the air did not participate in the battle, but many of them held longbows in their hands, shooting arrows from time to time to disturb the human martial artists. Fong Ping also stepped into the air. Someone beside him glanced at him, but did not say anything. At this moment, Fong Ping finally saw the situation inside clearly. The ground was covered with corpses. The ground had turned blood red. 18 rank, 6 powerhouses, 6 or 7 of them were peak rank 6. This time, they also risked their lives to enter the catacombs. Among the human rank, 6 powerhouses, which one was not a veteran, who did not kill countless people. Compared to these Nanjiang catacombs martial artists, human martial artists knew how to kill better. Even if the Nanjiang catacombs had more than double their rank. 6 powerhouses, almost 50 people in total. But now, after the continuous killing in the middle of the crowd, there were only about 20 people left surrounding Old Man Li and the rest. As for the humans, Fong Ping glanced, gritting his teeth and not moving. There were only 5 people left. Although these people had killed countless experts, they were surrounded and unable to break out. By now, more than half of them had died in battle, and the remaining few were covered in blood. Old Man Li still did not draw his sword. His body was also bleeding profusely. His golden body did not seem to have any effect. The weakest of the 4 balls of golden light above his head seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. On the other side, the battle between the 5 grandmasters and the 9 grandmasters had also reached the final juncture. Fong Ping sighed softly. Beside him, the 2 catacombs martial artists seemed to think that the outcome of the battle had been decided. They started chatting in low voices. It's almost over. However, the powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth are ruthless. Are we really going to kill our way into the Land of Rebirth? I don't know. That's what King Lu said before, but now that was the past. Previously, he had thought that the Land of Rebirth was nothing special. Moreover, The land of rebirth had something that the king wanted, so it was not a big deal for him to kill his way there. However, the people from the land of rebirth had taken the initiative to barge in, and they had killed countless powerhouses. If it weren't for the fact that they had several times the number of people on their side, they would have been killed. Would the Willow King choose to attack the land of rebirth? Venerable Wood and the rest are going to kill the land of rebirth's Venerable. Someone whispered. Many people raised their heads to look. In the sky above, 3 balls of golden light were entangling the golden light in the middle. The golden light was growing dimmer. Fong Ping was also looking, but he was looking at Old Man Li. When he saw Old Man Li's right hand on the hilt of his sword, Fong Ping took a deep breath. Right now, he could not stop them. If he stopped Old Man Li, Zhou Dingguo would be finished. If he died, humans would collapse. The first batch of people who entered might also die. Old Man Li was not the only one who sensed the danger. The human powerhouses also felt the danger. At this moment, somewhere else, Zhang Dingnan was bathed in blood. He glanced into the distance with the corner of his eye. Suddenly he said in a low voice, "Commander Zhou can't die. Li Changxing is preparing, but he can't kill a rank 8. Someone must hold the other party back." Having said that, Zhang Dingnan said in a low voice, "This is Nanjiang's problem. Thank you, everyone, for dying for the people of Nanjiang today." Beside him, Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's curator held a dark golden staff in his hand. There was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Very soon, Zhou Zhenyang said in a low voice, "I'll self-detonate my weapon later and severely injure a few people. Governor and Vice-Chancellor, hold the 2 rank 8s back and buy time for Li Changxing to kill one of them." The Grandmasters were not indecisive people. 5 Grandmasters. 3 of them were from Nanjiang. In this battle, even if they had to die, the Nanjiang Grandmasters had to go first. Lu Polu and the Grandmaster from the Department of Investigation Services nodded at the same time. The next moment, Zhou Zhengyang let out a low roar. The staff pierced through the void, expanding countless times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. The few high-rank powerhouses on the opposite side did not panic. All kinds of animals and plants appeared in front of them out of thin air, pouncing on the staff. A few of them even had a hint of greed in their eyes. Even among the catacombs powerhouses, not everyone had a divine weapon like this. At least, none of the 9 rank 7s here had one. Explode! There was a loud roar. The next moment, the dark golden staff exploded with an intense light. Zhou Zhenyang's face turned pale instantly. Mouthfuls of pale golden blood dripped down. A top-notch powerhouse who was about to enter the golden body state. Once one entered the golden body state, their blood would turn golden too. Now that Zhou Zhenyang's blood was pale golden, it meant that golden body was not too far away. Boom! An explosion that was countless times stronger than the rank SXS self-destruction rang out. Above the sky, it was as if a second energy sun had appeared. Below, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. He could not see clearly. Did the human Grandmasters self-destruct? Without waiting for him to think too much, Fong Ping saw 2 rays of light flashing past, rushing out of the rank 7 battle zone, charging toward the 4 golden rays. Fong Ping recognized one of the balls of light. That was Zhang Dingnan's saber gleam. The blood-colored saber gleam covered the sky. The entire land seemed to have turned blood red. The saber gleam flashed past, charging toward one of the golden body powerhouses. On the other side, NMAU's Vice-Chancellor's mentality had also materialized. A blood-colored spear flew toward the second golden body. The 2 of them left. Lu Polu and the other 2 were up against 9 high-ranked powerhouses. Even if Zhou Zhenyang self-destructed his divine weapon, he only severely injured 2 of them. The others were unharmed. The situation was worsening. Zhang Dingnan's arrival to help gave Zhou Dingwa some breathing room. However, Zhang Dingnan and the other one were no match for the rank 8 powerhouses. They were beaten until they retreated in defeat, their mentality constantly obliterated. If this went on, the two of them would not be able to hold on for long before they were killed. The passageway had not opened for the second time yet. It was not like the other catacombs, where human powerhouses could come to help after holding on for a while. Right now, they could only rely on themselves. The battle in the sky had reached a white-hot stage. The battle on the ground had also reached a critical moment. Out of the 5 rank 6 powerhouses, only 3 were left. And the rank SAXS who besieged them were now left with more than 10 people. A large number of rank 4 and 5 martial artists began to move toward the inner circle. Everyone's expression was solemn. Gigantic Willow City's losses in this battle were too heavy. Countless general-level powerhouses were lost. Even in gigantic Willow City, other than the high and mighty king, a few venerables, chieftains, and those chieftains, the general-level powerhouses were the highest and mightiest. For so many years, even if gigantic Willow City and Cretaceous City often fought, there might not even be one death of a general-level powerhouse in 10 years. Today, dozens of people had already died. The others moved toward the inner circle, preparing to surround the remaining few. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly, however, and he took a few steps back. Human powerhouses were never the kind of people who would die in vain. At this point, not just old Manly, the other 2 would definitely not wait for death. As expected, the other 2 powerhouses were ready to make a move, as if they were looking for an opportunity to self-destruct. However, very soon, these 2 people were pulled behind Old Man Li. Old Man Li waved the sheathed long sword in front of him without a word. At this moment, the battle in the sky changed again. A loud rumbling sound rang out. This time, someone really self-destructed. "Zhangyang!" A mournful roar rang out. It came from Zhang Dingnan, among Nanjiang's 5 local high grandmasters, although Zhou Xingyang did not belong to either the military or the political world. He had deep feelings for Nanjiang. In this battle, Zhou Zhengyang saw that the golden body was just around the corner, but he still did not listen to advice and insisted on entering. Now, the peak rank 7 Zhou Zhengyang first self-destructed his divine weapon, and now he self-destructed himself with mentality-vitality fusion. Mentality-vitality fusion transformed into celestiality. When a quasi-golden body powerhouse self-destructed, a powerful pressure covered heaven and earth. On the ground, a large number of armored soldiers were crushed into minced meat in an instant. Even for Fang Ping and the others, many of them stopped in their tracks, falling from their flight step state. Fang Ping's mentality was not weak, so he was fine now. Seeing the few people beside him falling, a ruthless glint flashed across Fang Ping's eyes. His mentality erupted abruptly, and a large amount of mentality emerged, shattering these few rank 4 and 5 martial artists who were already in a daze. The others did not notice anything. At this moment, many of them were still in a daze. In the middle of the crowd, Old Man Li also swayed slightly. Without giving the others time to react, Zhou Xingyang's self-destruction was not in vain. Out of the 9 rank 7 powerhouses, only 7 were left now, and the 7 of them were not very stable. However, everyone knew that the outcome was already decided. The strongest among the rank 7s was dead, and the remaining few were not far away. When this thought had just arisen in the rank 8 battle zone, Zhang Dingnan suddenly let out a furious roar, and a blood-colored saber gleam pierced through heaven and earth. "Kill!" Zhang Dingnan's face instantly turned as white as a sheet. He had broken through rank 7 not long ago, but his combat strength was not weaker than anyone else's. This battle would determine whether Nanjiang would become a war zone. If they could not establish a stronghold, Nanjiang would become a war zone. In the future, Nanjiang would no longer be inhabited, and it would no longer be as prosperous as it was today. "Kill, kill, kill!" The soaring, murderous aura shook the void and the sky was blood-red. The chaos-vanquishing saber in Fong Ping's hand. No, the bandit-slaying saber was vibrating slightly. At the same time, below, Li Changsheng suddenly laughed maniacally. Hum! The sound of the sword reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Below Li Changsheng's head, there was a dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was extinguished, and a powerful force penetrated the long sword. Outside the crowd, Fong Ping's mentality was released abruptly, and countless mentality surged into the longsword. At first, Old Man Li seemed to be resisting, but when he felt the familiar force, he no longer resisted. He glanced at Fong Ping, who was mixed in the crowd from the corner of his eyes, and laughed out loud. Hum! The sound of the sword became even louder. A dazzling sword gleam soared into the sky. The aftermath scattered in all directions. The surrounding powerhouses all looked terrified, and a large number of powerhouses fled outward. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the sword gleam. Uft, uft, uft. Streaks of blood splattered everywhere. Li Changsheng laughed and said, "It's an honor to kill trash like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already broken through the air, and his sword slashed toward the Golden Body powerhouse who was confronting Zhang Dingnan. At the same time, Zhang Dingnan and the NMAU vice-chancellor also erupted abruptly, entangling the remaining two golden bodies. Old Man Li's silhouette appeared in midair, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the battlefield. The golden glow on his body dimmed instantly. The next moment, a sword gleam even more dazzling than before shot out. Clang! The sound of a loud bell reverberated throughout the void. Impossible! A furious roar, filled with despair, rang out as well. The powerhouse who was confronting Zhang Dingnan exerted all his strength to erupt. A portion of his mentality exploded, and a moment later, Zhang Dingnan's blood-colored Changdao was blasted apart. Zhang Dingnan was like a porcelain doll. His face began to crack, but he still gritted his teeth, entangling the other party with all his might. His mentality turned into a blood-colored saber, charging forward continuously. No. Boom! The dazzling golden glow dimmed instantly. Then an even more dazzling burst of light erupted, blasting the void. My sword can kill a rank 8. Do you surrender? Ha ha ha. A maniacal laugh echoed throughout heaven and earth. Below, there was no one left in front of the remaining 2 rank 6 human martial artists. Both of them revealed a mournful look in their eyes. Without even turning their heads, they rapidly used flight, step, and flew away. Just as they flew away, a silhouette moved faster than them, stepping into the air and disappearing in a flash. The golden body was destroyed. The sky was filled with golden light, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, leaped into the air, grabbed a broken silhouette in one hand, and took off in an instant. At this moment, the others were still fighting. He no longer cared about their lives. He did not even care about Old Man Li's life. The only thing he could do was to collect his corpse after the other party had pulled out his sword. No, perhaps he could still be saved. Was it not just a shattered golden body? It was a fake anyway. As Fong Ping fled frantically from this place, he took out a bottle of pills from his storage space and stuffed them into Li Changsheng's mouth, which was no longer recognizable as human. He did not even know if it was a mouth or if it was a wound on his face. What an arrogant old bastard. Serves you right if you die. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. With full outburst, he felt as if someone was chasing him from behind. He swallowed an outburst pill, increased his speed by 30%, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This time he suffered a huge loss. If Old Man Li died, he would definitely burn this old man's bones and scatter his ashes. If you die, I'll dig up your grave and sell your bones. Fong Ping cursed. When he felt the aura of the human figure in his hand getting weaker and weaker, His eyes could not help but reveal a hint of blood red. Mother asterisk her, if you knew you were going to die, why were you so nice to me? Mother asterisk her, if you knew you were going to die, why did you look for someone else? Why did you look for me? Chapter 366. A few hundred li away from the entrance, inside a small valley, Fong Ping killed a monster that looked like a wild wolf with one slash. He did not waste any time. He picked up the carcass and dripped blood on another corpse beside him. The corpse seemed to feel it. It trembled slightly, seemingly resisting. Fong Ping did not care about it. He humphed. I can't find where your head is. I'll just suck some blood. It's pretty good. Li Chongqing now looked like a meatball with its skin peeled off. It was disgusting to look at. Trying to show off. Pretending to be dead? Hey, Li Chongqing will kill a rank 8 today. Let's see what you can do. Mother asterisk her. I'll bring a meatball back. Take a guess. Will others recognize you? Fong Ping cursed. Then he said irritatedly, What do you think we should do? Your bones are all broken. Everything that should explode has exploded. There's nothing left. Why are you still alive? Tell me, how can I save you now? Say something. Can't you find your mouth? Can't say anything? Fong Ping said, feeling a little dejected. He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Can't you have a backup plan? Almost all your bones are broken. You're just a meatball now. How can I save you? You're still breathing. Even I'm surprised. Do you have some last wish that you haven't completed? Why don't you try and write it down? I'll help you complete it. Then you can just take your last breath. These words seemed to provoke Old Manly. That lump of bloody flesh was moving. It was unknown if it was where the fingers were, but it was rubbing against the ground, soon. Fong Ping lowered his head and took a look. After a while he rubbed his chin and said, Hey, you're so touched by me that you can write? It's not easy. What are you writing? Scram? You old man, it's fine that you're heartless, but you're asking me to scram? If I scram, you'll become the monster's poop. Are you sure you want me to scram? On the ground, the meatball continued to wriggle. The bloody word scram became clearer. Fong Ping patted the meatball and said exasperatedly, Don't move. If you stuff your nose into your mouth and I can't find it, what if I can't take it out? Ignoring Old Manly, Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, Your injuries are too severe. I've already given you all the resurrection pills. I'm having a hard time now, too. Over at the entrance, I wonder how Governor General Zhang and the rest are doing. Hey, so what if you killed one? There are still 2 more. There's still 7 rank 7s. How many do we have here? Curator Zhou is dead, and I don't know how Elder Lu is doing. Before I left, I didn't think Zhang Dingnan would live long. I think Headmaster Qin is also in danger. Having said that, Fong Ping looked into the distance and said, Maybe there's still a chance. Old Wu doesn't seem to be dead. The fight is quite lively. Old Wu was also quite useless. He was in the top 10 of the rank 9 after all. It was so difficult for him to fight a rank 9. If he had known that this would happen, he might as well have found a rank 9 number 1 to come in and let the military department's commanderly do it. If commanderly had come, would so many people have died? What were these experts thinking? Don't tell me they're from an evil sect, purposely sending us to our deaths? These words seemed to have angered the meatball. It grinded and grinded again, grinding out the word scram. Scram my ass, where to scram to? I still can't scram, but you can. Scram and see. Fong Ping ridiculed and sighed. I know you're going to say that you must have your own difficulties, or that Commanderly can't fight at all. Maybe when Commanderly comes, it will become an all-out war between the 2 worlds, right? When the 2 worlds fight, the casualties will be even more severe. That's why it's okay for us to die a little. It's for humanity, for the country. As Fong Ping said that, he shook his head and said, At the end of the day, we're still weak. Don't worship Commander Li and the rest too much. They're also weak chickens. If they were really strong, they could have flattened the catacombs directly. There's no need to compromise. Why did he compromise? He still can't beat them. That's why he can only fight the way the catacombs tells him to. If the catacombs says us peak rank 9 powerhouses are not allowed in, he won't dare to come in. Senior Wu is ranked 9th among the rank 9. In my opinion, it's nonsense. If the rank 9 9th is so weak, our Sino nation would have been wiped out long ago. In any case, I think Senior Wu's strength is average. If it's so difficult to fight a city lord, how can he fight a catacombs? If we, the top 10 rank 9s, attack together, don't tell me we can't even flatten a catacombs? Then what's the point of fighting? That's why I'm sure there are still powerhouses. Of course, it has nothing to do with you. It does have something to do with me. When I'm going to flatten the catacombs in the future, I might have to discuss it with them. Fang Ping said to himself, if I become the commander-in-chief of the military department, or simply the leader of humanity, then I'll definitely be stronger than Commander Li and the rest. These people can't even lift their heads in front of the catacombs. If I become the leader, then the catacombs' powerhouses will have to bow down to me. I can attack whichever catacombs I want. That's what I want. After nagging for a while, Fang Ping said weakly, all right, back to the topic. Can you still recover? The meatball started grinding again. Very soon, 2 words appeared: vitality. Vitality force. Fang Ping muttered, I've injected it into you before. In the end, you can't do it. You're weak and can't take it. That fake golden body of yours has exploded. Right now, your physique is worse than a normal person's. No, it's slightly better. This meatball of yours is not weak at all. The reason you're still breathing is probably related to the golden body. The old man still won't teach me. If he did, I might be able to do it too. An indestructible golden body. How awesome would that be? But didn't that golden body get destroyed after you slashed it with your sword? It's useless even if it's indestructible. The key is to cherish your life. The strength of my vitality is too high. For you, you can't take it. As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly laughed. Have you ever thought that you can't even take my vitality force? TSK, weren't you arrogant enough to not move and let me slash you? Why don't you try being so arrogant now? The meatball seemed to be so angry that it did not want to move. It did not move an inch. Fang Ping was delighted. He laughed again. All right, you want vitality, right? I'll find some weak monsters and kill them. I'll let you drink some blood. Sigh, I don't know where Qin Feng Qing and the rest have gone. Otherwise, I'd at least have someone to run errands for me. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. What a pity. Otherwise, he would not have to do hard labor now. At the same time, at the exit of the catacombs, a large number of troops sealed off the vortex. At this moment, in front of the troops, several powerhouses looked at the vortex with solemn eyes. The person at the forefront wore a golden crown on his head. After a long time, the powerhouse wearing the crown said solemnly, "The land of rebirth is very strong." The outcome of this battle was beyond his expectations. One venerable died in battle. 4 chieftains died in battle. The general powerhouses were completely annihilated. Other than the 20 or so generals who stayed behind to guard gigantic Willow City, the generals who were brought along were all killed in battle. The other party's king-level powerhouse escaped. The venerable realm expert was also seriously injured, and he ran away with the other 3 commanders. According to the information from the restricted zone, this was not the other party's full strength. Very soon, the other party's second batch of reinforcements would arrive. When that time came, even if he could escape from inside and outside, what about the others in gigantic Willow City? An inaudible sigh was heard. The land of rebirth. Seed of rebirth. Without further thought, the crown powerhouse looked at the vortex and said softly, "Fight or retreat." If they fought, then they would continue to seal off the passageway. The people from the land of rebirth would never give up. If they retreated, then they would wait for them to build the city. It would become a tug-of-war like the other regions. After the crown powerhouse finished asking, someone beside him said in a low voice, "Gigantic Willow City's strength is insufficient. Willow King, unless we contact the other cities of the Monster Plant Clan, we can only retreat. I'm afraid that if we kill too many people, Monster Life Clan will attack us." Willow King sighed. "Then let the restricted zone send someone." Willow King shook his head slightly. "The restricted zone refuses to show up now. The land of rebirth also has a supreme king." A supreme king? The expression of the person beside him changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "If we enter the land of rebirth, we won't be able to take it down. No, if we really kill our way into the land of rebirth, the restricted zone will attack." As Willow King spoke, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Was Venerable Wood really killed by a warlord?" "It was a warlord, but—" The person beside him then said in a low voice, "It doesn't feel like a warlord. It's more like a pseudo-venerable." "A pseudo-venerable?" Willow King was slightly surprised. "What do you mean?" "The indestructible body seems to be more than halfway forged, but the indestructible god seems to be broken. Willow King frowned slightly. After a moment, he said in relief, "He killed Venerable Wood, so he should be dead. Have you found the person who escaped with his corpse?" "Not yet." After saying that, the person said in a low voice, "Willow King, maybe it's someone from Cretaceous City causing trouble." Willow King's expression changed slightly. "The person who took away the corpse doesn't have the aura of the land of rebirth. He's been hiding among our people, Cretaceous City." Willow King's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "We've suffered heavy losses this time. Cretaceous City knows about it. I'm afraid they won't just watch. Bring a few captains and keep an eye on Cretaceous City." "What about this side? I'll personally guard this side. Also, send someone to Gigantic Pine City to ask for help. Say it's a restricted area order. But no buts. I'll personally explain to the restricted area. Otherwise, Gigantic Willow City can only retreat and can no longer guard the rebirth passage." "Yes, sir." The person said no more and left quickly with a few captain-level powerhouses. On the other side, 500 or 600 miles away from the whirlpool, Qin Fengqing plucked a blade of grass and chewed it. His face was full of joy as he said, "Sure enough, there's good stuff just by picking it up. Awesome." Wang Jinyang glanced at him and said in a low voice, "I still don't know how Feng Ping and the Guardians are doing." Qin Fengqing said heartlessly, "What's the use of worrying? He's useless and can't help. What's the use of worrying about these things? Only when he becomes stronger can he have the right to worry about these things. No, if he really becomes stronger, the situation will be in his own hands. This time, if we can reach rank 6 and Grandmaster overnight, then we'll have the right to care about these things. Right now, the most important thing is to control our own lives. Hiding here and sighing? Can they win? Old Wang, don't be silly. I've seen through you a long time ago. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a grandson, crying, and you still want milk to drink? I don't know about others, but if that be asterisk TCH Fangping is dead, I'll dare to kill high ranks now. What nonsense." Having said that, Qin Fengqing chewed the grass into pieces. He did not care about the soil. Looking at the indistinct buildings in front of him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go check out the situation first. If they're not weak, then we'll wipe out the village, rob them, and run. If they're too weak, then we won't alert them. We'll look for other places to search for treasures." Li Hansong saw his fighting spirit and could not help but say dejectedly, "Didn't you just suffer serious injuries? Have you recovered?" "I have golden bones. Why do I feel like I'm the weakest?" These two fellows have the time to think about these things now. Why is he the only one who wants to recuperate first? Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, "Are you stupid? Why do you care about your injuries? There are countless good things in the catacombs. Maybe you've snatched some holy spring, and your injuries will be healed after drinking a mouthful. Isn't recuperating just a waste of time?" Li Hansong was dumbfounded. There was such a saying? Since when did injuries become insignificant? As long as they could snatch something good, they could recuperate. What if they could not snatch it? Recuperating actually became a waste of time. Yet these words were actually agreed with by others. The next moment, Wang Jinyang also nodded and said, "Yes, recuperating is too much of a waste of time. Let's go and earn some money first." His worldview was completely destroyed. Li Hansong felt terrible all over. It's not like this. That's not what the school taught. Since he was injured, of course, he had to recuperate first. Otherwise, if the injuries acted up, it would delay things even more. Moreover, if the injury stayed for a long time, it would hurt his foundation. Li Hansong still wanted to refute, but Qin Fengqing had already stood up with a saber on his shoulder. He said happily, "Let's go, let's go. This time we've made a big fortune. Do you think there are still powerhouses in the nearby cities? This time there are a lot of them. What a pity. If we had entered the city, we might really have been able to destroy their lair." Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, "It's too dangerous. We have to at least wait until we reach rank 6. We might not be able to destroy it now." "We can't, but Fang Pingxing can." Qin Fengqing's eyes were red with envy. He swallowed and said, "He can sneak in. The next time I meet him, I have to learn this move, even if I have to call him Grandpa. This is 2F** king useful." This was the biggest difference between catacombs martial artists and human martial artists. The difference in aura. If he could hide it and sneak into the city, it would be awesome. Wang Jinyang was more clear-headed than him. He said, "If everyone could use it, do you think he would really hide it and not say anything?" Fang Ping was stingy when he should be. However, if he really learned this kind of secret technique, it would be too beneficial for humans. Fang Ping would not hide it. Qin Fengqing understood and said, "I know. It requires talent. I have enough talent. It's not a problem." Both of them were talking animatedly. They ignored Li Hansong and walked away. Li Hansong felt very tired. "I'm really injured. Aren't these two fellows injured too? At this time it's time to recuperate." Unfortunately, he did not have the final say. If Fang Ping was still here, Fang Ping would probably dissuade them, right? Others could not suppress Qin Fengqing, but Fang Ping could. It was a pity that Fang Ping was separated from them. Now that he followed these two lunatics, he felt that it was not too safe. For a moment, Li Hansong missed Fang Ping. At the same time, Fang Ping looked at the meatball and sighed. "This is not good. It seems like there are people searching for us. Old Li, why don't I bring you into the city? I can hide my aura now. You don't have any aura. People will believe me if I say that I hunted wild animals. Why don't we go into the city together?" The meatball trembled. "Mother ****, this kid wants to die. Even if I'm a meatball, I still have the desire to live. Don't be agitated. I know. There are countless benefits in the city, but they are not ours. I'm just going to see if there are any herbs or things like that that can cure you. Once you're cured, I'll leave. Old Li, shall we go into the city together? If you don't say anything, it means that you have no objections. I'll take that as a yes." Having said that, Fang Ping picked up a piece of animal skin and wrapped the meatball. He carried it on his back and stepped out of the mountain. He said to himself, "Will there be any identification procedures in the catacomb cities? Visiting each other between cities? I'm an unfamiliar martial artist. What if I'm noticed if I go there? I wonder where the city lord's mansion is. Are the guards strong? Forget it. I'll go check out the situation first. I'll go after I figure it out. Maybe I can destroy their lair. Old Li, this time we're really going to do something big. Your sword slashing a rank 8 is really nothing." The meatball continued to tremble. You're only F asterisk king rank 4. Why do I feel like you're a rank 9 from the way you talk? Enter the city. Even a rank 9 powerhouse would not dare to do this. You must be crazy. You must be crazy. At this moment, Li Changsheng was really regretting it. I may not have tortured myself to death, but the probability of being tortured to death by this kid is not low. Chapter 367. Fang Ping walked along the area with the highest energy density. He did not know where the nearest city was, where it was, or which one it was. In short, he just had to walk forward. When the silhouette of a gigantic city appeared in front of Fang Ping was still slightly shocked. It was majestic and spectacular. Fang Ping found it hard to describe. He had been to Hope City a few times, but Hope City was a little small. It was also a military town, specially prepared for war. Catacomb cities were different. A city here was almost a kingdom. The outermost part of the silhouette was the endless, tall city wall. Fang Ping could not even see the end of the city wall. Inside the city, he could vaguely see some tall buildings towering into the sky. It was not as he had imagined. It was not full of small, low houses. In Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping had never been close to a catacomb city. The most recent time was in the Jiao's forest. Because of the Jiao's forest, he did not see anything. This time, however, he saw it. Not only did he see the city, but he also saw the villages and the town. On the outskirts of the gigantic city, there were some small villages. At this moment, Fang Ping could see it. Less than 1,000 meters ahead, there was a small village. Perhaps it was a town. In the town, people came and went, and it was quite lively. Such a situation was definitely not seen in Magic City catacombs or other catacombs, where not only hurt humans, but the catacombs were also the same. In other catacombs, because of war, the villages near these cities had long disappeared in previous wars and hunts. When the catacombs' martial artists attacked human strongholds, humans would also sneak attack them. The defensive strength of the city was too strong. The villages and towns on the outskirts became the focus of hunting. War would always hurt ordinary people. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Humans hunted catacombs humans and slaughtered villages and towns many times. It was not wrong for some grandmasters to be called butchers in the catacombs. However, this did not mean that he was wrong. The war between races was just that cruel. The enemy of another was my hero. Fang Ping had no right to stand on the moral high ground and say that human martial artists were wrong. When the catacombs' martial artists rushed to the surface, they were also slaughtering humans. Therefore, human powerhouses would not set the battlefield on Earth, regardless of life and death. As long as humans did not take the initiative to enter the catacombs, there would not be so many powerhouses dying this time. The sacrifices of these powerhouses could actually be avoided. When the catacombs passageway was completely opened and the catacombs martial artists rushed out, humans might be able to exterminate them at a lower cost. However, sometimes people were people because they considered things that were not purely for their own benefit. Once the catacombs powerhouses rushed out, even if all of them were annihilated. However, in a battle between experts, the slightest mistake could lead to the destruction of a city. No one could afford to pay such a price. In the battle of the catacombs, ordinary people might seem insignificant, but these people were the cornerstone of the existence of civilization. Zhang Dingnan and the other powerhouses had no second thoughts. They knew full well that it was dangerous, that the catacombs powerhouses might not rush out and destroy Nanjiang. But they still chose to enter the catacombs as soon as the catacombs passageway stabilized. Even if there was a 1 in a million possibility, Zhang Dingnan did not wish for the battlefield to be on the land of Nanjiang. His love for the place where he was born and raised was very deep. If it were Fang Ping, he might not be able to do it. He might choose what he thought was more cost-effective. Even if he had to relocate the people in the cities around Auspicious Peace to save one Grandmaster's life, he thought it would be worth it. Fang Ping was not the only one who thought this way. However, in the end, setting the battlefield in the catacombs became the mainstream policy of Sino Nation. Whether it was hypocritical or short-sighted, the sacrifice of the powerhouses in exchange for the carefree life of the weak had become the goal pursued by generations of martial artists. In the apocalypse, the cruel environment might not be able to exchange for more powerhouses. Even if it could, would these powerhouses still belong to humans? Warmth, kinship, love, and protecting the country might allow humans to explode with greater strength. If they really lived in a post-apocalyptic environment, would human martial artists really be able to shed blood for the sake of protecting their home and country? When the powerhouses gave up on the ordinary people, would the powerhouses who rose from the ordinary people still fight to protect humanity? Fang Ping's thoughts drifted a little. Looking at the carefree catacombs humans who looked similar to humans walking on the streets, and the children playing outside the town, he felt a little emotional, but his expression quickly returned to indifference. No matter how warm it was still the warmth of a different species. In the war between races, he could not be soft-hearted. One day, if there was a need, he, Fang Ping, might become a butcher and executioner in these people's eyes. Fang Ping exhaled softly. He did not enter the town. He did not continue forward either. Instead, he found a small forest, sat cross-legged, and began to recuperate. The sky was getting dark. It would not be too late to enter the town when it was dark. He could at least figure out the situation before making preparations. The catacombs, night came as it pleased. The gigantic energy sun was also the main reason why the catacombs were one. However, in each catacombs, the energy sun scene was slightly different. It was temporarily difficult to determine whether each catacomb had its own energy sun or a shared sun. As soon as the sky turned dark, the town in front became much quieter. Quiet did not mean silence. The tallest building in the town emitted a faint light, still allowing people to see the town's outline clearly in the night. Fang Ping suddenly understood how Qin Fengqing and the others discovered the energy stones. I see. Every time they snatch, it's this kind of illumination energy stone, right? With such a wide radiation range, even if it was not a cultivationating energy stone, even if it was a basic energy stone, its size must be incomparably huge. As for whether it was or not, Fang Ping did not have it in his hands, so he could not judge for now. Before I leave, even if I don't get anything in the city, I'll still snatch this. Fang Ping made a plan in his heart. At this moment, the gigantic city in the distance also emitted a faint light. Fang Ping gulped. There was no need to look. There were definitely lamps made of energy stones in the city, and there were quite a few of them. Even from so far away, he could still see the light. Most likely, there was not just one energy lamp, but countless of them. Everything else aside, just these alone were an incomparably huge fortune for humans. Patting the meat lump on his back, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I'll sneak in first. Old Manly, don't make any noise. This time, we're destined to be rich." The meat lump was silent. Fang Ping sensed it carefully, exhaled softly, and said, "Don't play dead. If you play dead like this, I'll really think you're dead." Old Man Li ignored him and continued to maintain his silence. Fang Ping did not waste any more time either. He activated the energy barrier and sped up, treading the air soundlessly. After a while, he arrived at the outskirts of the town. In the town, there was a circle of simple and crude walls. It might have been a city wall, but it did not seem to be as tall as a person. Its main purpose was probably to prevent monsters from breaking in. To Fang Ping, this height made no difference whether it was there or not. With a slight leap, Fang Ping flipped over the wall and entered the town. At this moment, the town was not as busy as it was during the day. Other than the light emitted from the tallest building in the center of the town, there were still some faint lights in the town. Fang Ping's mentality drifted outside, mainly to sense the strength of the energy fluctuations. He could find a place with a lot of people, a place where there were people talking to understand more. Most of the time, humans' understanding of the catacombs came from this. The cities were guarded by high ranks, so it was very difficult for human powerhouses to enter. If it was the town, it was not difficult for Grandmaster powerhouses to sneak in. Sometimes they could also hear some useful information. After sensing for a while, Fong Ping moved his feet, quietly walking toward a slightly more crowded place. In the night, Fong Ping stood in the corner of a house. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice him. In front of him was a 2-story building with an open door. The houses in the catacombs were mainly built with huge rocks and wood, looking slightly rough. The decorations were mainly animal skins, horns, and teeth. From this point of view, the catacombs humans were more like ancient tribes. However, the architecture did not mean anything. It was just that the style was different. The catacombs humans had their own literary heritage, martial arts heritage, systems, and organized armies. All these meant that the catacombs humans were not uncivilized savages, but a new civilization with a different direction of development. Opposite him might be a place similar to human bars, tea houses, clubs, and the like. At this moment, the lights were slightly dim, but there were many people inside. Almost all of them were martial artists. The catacombs had a clear hierarchy. Fong Ping did not know whether it was because of the high cost that ordinary people could not enter, or because they were not allowed to enter at all. The few catacombs humans he saw without energy fluctuations seemed to be service staff. The others, whether strong or weak, all had energy fluctuations. In Fong Ping's eyes, they were all very weak. Generally, they were about the same as human rank, 1 and 2 martial artists. Rank, 3 martial artists were rare. Only one person was drinking alone on the 2nd floor. With this kind of strength, Fong Ping did not need to make a move. His mentality outburst could shock powerhouses to death. These weaklings could be killed in the blink of an eye. Of course, right now, Fong Ping was not here to kill. Fong Ping's ears twitched slightly. He had completed honing his ossicles. As long as he paid attention, he could hear ants crawling within a few hundred meters. The martial artists opposite him were drinking. Fong Ping guessed that it was alcohol. It was very similar to the way humans drank, chatted, and chatted. They were drinking and chatting at the same time. With a slightly heavy accent, Fong Ping found it difficult to distinguish the first time he heard it. After listening to it a few times, he could understand some of the meaning. When one understood some of the basic meanings of a language, he could distinguish it by combining the tone, attitude, and expression. In general, he could also determine some of the meaning. The hot topic of today's news was none other than the great battle during the day. The battle between the 20 high-ranked martial artists took place about 500 li away from here. In the later stage of the chase, there was even a battle between rank 9 martial artists that took place less than 100 li away from the crowd. The pressure of the powerhouses covered the sky and the earth. These people could feel it. At this moment, these low-ranked martial artists were excitedly discussing this super great battle that had never happened before. Brother Duanmu, you're well informed. Did King personally take action during the day? Brother Duanmu, did Cretaceous City attack here? I heard that many generals have fallen this time. Is that true? It's not Cretaceous City attacking. It's a foreign powerhouse. In the crowd, a young rank 2 martial artist smiled faintly and said, "Everyone knows that our 9 southern territory is not unique. This time, it seems that the territory has opened up. Powerhouses from neighboring territories want to invade our 9 southern territory. King and a few venerable commanders have long been prepared and ambushed the other party. Countless foreign powerhouses have been killed and injured. Although gigantic Willow City has suffered some damage, it's not serious. With King and a few venerables here, the foreign powerhouses can't stir up any trouble. I heard from my father that King has sent someone to contact gigantic Pine City to join forces to kill the foreign King Realm powerhouse. As long as we kill the foreign King Realm who broke through the boundary, the matter will be over." Do the foreign territories also have King Realm powerhouses? Of course, but even among the King Realm powerhouses, my king is the strongest. Gigantic Willow City has divine willow, so the foreign King Realm powerhouses dare not fight with King in gigantic Willow City. They will definitely die. Brother Duanmu, I heard that many powerhouses died this time. Then Lord Duanmu, the next time I see Brother Duanmu, maybe you'll go to the main city. Be careful with your words. In the tavern, the people on the first floor were chatting excitedly and did not panic because of the foreign King Realm's attack. As long as Willow King was here, then everything would be safe. This point had been deeply rooted in people's hearts for 100 years. Cretaceous King was so powerful, but when he fought with Willow King before, he did not gain any advantage. Everyone had already experienced the power of a King Realm powerhouse and trusted Willow King very much. Opposite the tavern, Fang Ping was still constantly deciphering the meaning of everyone's words. Listening to other people's conversations, he would gradually understand some of the words he did not understand. Brother Wu is indeed fine, but the rank 9 in this city seems to want to contact the rank 9 in another city to join forces and kill Brother Wu. Old Wu won't die, will he? The passageway's second stabilization will take at least the day after tomorrow. Moreover, it's hard to say if a rank 9 will enter during the second stabilization. After all, no one went back to report this time. According to the original plan, if they guarded the passageway entrance, then when the passageway was stabilized for the second time, someone would be sent back to report. But now, the passageway entrance could not be guarded. Naturally, the report would be nonsense. On Nanjang's side, they might not continue to let powerhouses take risks. According to the original plan, they might send some Dare to Die members to scout for information. If there was no support, Wu Chuan might not be able to hold on for long facing the encirclement of 2 rank 9s. It's hard to say. This time, so many high ranks have entered. Maybe there will be rank 9 powerhouses in the second batch to support. Old Wu should know this. Fang Ping shook his head. Although he was the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, he was not a Grandmaster powerhouse after all. He had no right to know some decisions. What he knew now was only some superficial information. I still have to sneak into the upper echelons, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He carefully analyzed the words that Duanmu said. Although he did not really understand some of the words, Fang Ping still knew that this person's father seemed to be someone. Should he capture him and ask for information? But if he was captured, then he would have to kill him. If this person was killed, it would alert the enemy. It would not be beneficial for sneaking into the city later. All these years, didn't the human grandmasters force out any information? Even if there was a language barrier, it's not difficult for grandmasters to capture some people. On the surface, those people are not afraid of death. But in the catacombs' old nest, are they not afraid of death too? Sometimes, asking for information doesn't necessarily require a language barrier. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. He always felt that the human upper echelons were hiding a lot of things. This feeling was really unpleasant, but it was understandable. Just like Fang Ping, he also hid a lot of things that seemed like common knowledge from the public. Without reaching that level, it was useless to know. He was a rank 4 martial artist. Perhaps in the eyes of the human upper echelons, he was only active around the stronghold. If he knew too much, it would not be of much use. Instead, it would easily cause panic or despair. Forget it. When I return to the surface, I'll think of a way to understand these things. The most important thing now is to capture someone and bring him here, the kind that won't attract attention. Fang Ping's gaze was fixed on the Lone Ranger on the second floor. A rank 3 martial artists should know a lot, right? In this town, a rank 3 was not a weakling. If he suddenly disappeared for a few days, there should not be many people who would ask, right? Catacombs martial artists would also go out to hunt, explore, and hunt for treasures. He just did not know if this person had a powerful family or friend who realized that he was missing and made a connection. I don't care anymore. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He did not plan to stay for long anyway. After a few days, he might return to the surface. he would capture and ask first. Being exposed in the town was better than being exposed in the city. At least here, Fong Ping was still confident that he could kill his way out and escape. Once he reached the city, then he would not be so sure. In the dark, Fong Ping was extremely patient. He waited slowly. While listening to the others talk, he paid attention to the actions of the Lone Ranger on the second floor. After an unknown amount of time, the person on the second floor came down. When he came down, the owner of the tavern and the customers on the first floor all wore respectful expressions. They lowered their eyes and sent him off respectfully. Even that young Master Duanmu was no exception. The customers on the second floor looked straight ahead and walked out. None of them showed any dissatisfaction. When Fong Ping saw this, he had a clearer understanding of the strict hierarchy in the catacombs. In Sino Nation, although everyone respected martial artists of a higher rank, it was not to this extent. "You're the one." Under the night sky, Fong Ping's mentality followed the other person all the way out. He wanted to get a feel of the situation first. If the other person went out on his own, or if there was no one else at home, then it would be easier to make a move. Maybe I should capture one more to prevent myself from being tricked. Chapter 368. A few minutes later, in a large house in the center of the town. Compared to the normal buildings on the outskirts of the town, rank, 3 martial artists were treated differently. Even the stones of the courtyard walls looked smoother. It was completely dark in the courtyard. There were no servants, and it seemed like there were no family members either. Fong Ping used his mentality to sense for a moment, confirming that there was no one else in the house. At this moment, the lone traveler had already opened the gate and entered the courtyard. He was not too vigilant. Perhaps he was used to being high and mighty, or perhaps there had not been any major wars that had broken out in the Nanjiang catacombs. Compared to the other catacombs, once they left the city, everyone was on high alert. It was completely different. "It's too easy." Fong Ping shook his head slightly. However, this was good too. It was precisely because it was too comfortable that humans could make fewer sacrifices. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to make his move. He looked around. There were few more houses near the mansion. However, there did not seem to be any powerhouses. Those who were lower than middle ranks were not considered powerhouses in Fong Ping's eyes. After making sure that his safety was guaranteed, Fong Ping leaped into the house soundlessly and without the slightest sound of the wind. The house was divided into 2 parts. In front of the house, the owner seemed to know how to enjoy life. He had planted a lot of flowers, plants, and trees. The energy was quite abundant. Fong Ping actually wanted to pluck them and stuff them into the storage space, but he decided not to. If he plucked them out, it would easily arouse the suspicion of others. In one of the rooms in the backyard, the lights were turned on. Fong Ping focused, held his breath, and slowly touched it. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he set up a layer of mentality barrier around the room. It would be difficult to block middle ranks, but it would not be a problem to block the 3 lower ranks. Only then did Fong Ping push open the door and enter casually. The door closed instantly, and a mentality shield rose. Buzz! As soon as Fong Ping stepped through the door, he was greeted by a leg. In order not to damage the environment, Fong Ping felt that it was necessary to protect the facilities in the room. His mentality surged out in a flash, suppressing the movement of the person opposite him. "Calm down." Fong Ping said something in the catacombs language. He did not know if this word was correct or not, but it was fine as long as it was similar. He sat down on a chair in the room and picked up the teapot on the table. Greed flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to take it away with him. "Is this made of jade?" No, it was a teapot carved out of a whole piece of jade. Mother asterisk her. Were these catacombs martial artists that rich? I didn't feel it before. Over at the Magic City catacombs, Fong Ping discovered that the items used by the other party seemed to be ordinary. He did not expect that here a rank 3 martial artist would actually use a teapot made of jade. Did Magic City's catacombs not have this kind of material? Or did they have it, but it had long been snatched up by humans? Little Qian, don't mind it. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not care about these worldly possessions. The reason he came here this time was to sneak into the city. The main reason was to see if Old Man Li could be saved. The second reason was to gather intelligence and help humans understand the Nanjiang catacombs better. As for his own benefit, he would put it at the very end. Fang Ping felt that he still had a good grasp of the big picture. However, Fang Ping soon lost his composure. Next to the teapot, there was something that looked like a small stove. Its exterior was made of metal, and the inside was actually embedded with energy stones. Fang Ping placed the teapot on top and fumbled around for a while. It took him a while to figure out how to operate it. There was something like a switch. Fang Ping pressed it, and the energy stone began to release energy. Then the water in the teapot began to heat up. So extravagant, so wasteful. After cursing a few times in his heart, Fang Ping did not use a cup. He directly used the teapot to pour a few mouthfuls of hot water into his mouth. Entering the catacombs, it was rare for him to enjoy himself like this. After enjoying himself for a while, Fang Ping looked at the rank 3 martial artist who had been subdued by him. Speak. His voice was slightly gloomy. Coupled with his blood-stained face, he looked a little scary. In reality, long before he had subdued the other party with his mentality, he had already almost scared the shit out of him. A powerhouse above the commander level. The moment Fang Ping spread out his mentality, the other party did not call for help. Instead, he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Sir, what do you want to know? At this moment, Fang Ping had not unleashed his vitality force. Moreover, even if he did, this rank 3 martial artist might not realize anything. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Fang Ping did not hesitate and said immediately, "Tell me everything about Gigantic Willow City." Gigantic Willow City was something he had heard of. He had heard this name many times. Whether he understood it or not, Fang Ping did not care. As soon as he asked this, the martial artist who was kneeling on the ground suddenly trembled. This was not a powerhouse from Gigantic Willow City. Who? Was it someone from Cretaceous City? The people from Cretaceous City would not ask a weakling like him about these things. Then who was it? A foreign powerhouse? Despite having countless guesses in his heart, faced with the threat of death, the man began to speak in detail. Fang Ping's questions were not specific, and his answers were also very messy. Sometimes, when Fang Ping did not understand, he would ask the other party to repeat a few times. This made the rank 3 martial artist even more certain that the commander-level powerhouse in front of him was most likely the foreign powerhouse who had fought with the king and the others today. In reality, Fang Ping did not expect to hide it. As the middle-aged man in front of him narrated, Fang Ping gradually understood some of the basic common sense in their eyes. Gigantic Willow City was their royal city. Around the royal city, there were many villages, towns, and even small cities. In the Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping did not see small cities, but it did not mean that they did not exist. Here, near the royal city, there were some small cities built by high-ranked powerhouses attached to the royal city. Building a city was the right of high-ranked powerhouses. In the royal city, there must be a rank 9, which was the king in the catacombs. Where Fang Ping was now was not a small city, and there were no high-ranked powerhouses in charge. However, this place was very close to the royal city, and there was a middle-ranked powerhouse in charge in the town. In other words, this town was the other party's fiefdom. Fang Ping was not very interested in this. His main concern was still with the royal city. In the royal city, Willow King was the king of Gigantic Willow City. Under his command were 2 venerables and a commander-in-chief. The venerables and the commander-in-chief were all rank 8 powerhouses. This was the existence of a class. The venerables were similar to the honorifics that humans had for grandmasters. The commander-in-chief was a real position, similar to the royal city's military department commander. Under the commander-in-chief, gigantic Willow City still had a number of commander-level powerhouses in the double digits. As for the exact number, the man was not sure. Further below them were rank 6 warlord powerhouses. These powerhouses were the mainstream of the royal city, the upper class. They either led the army, established sects, or established clans. The royal city was the world of the king. However, there were also many forces in the royal city. They were mainly family forces, military forces, and sect forces. Fong Ping was not sure if the sects in the catacombs were the same as those of humans. He could only listen to this guy's description and judged that it was similar to the sections. Gigantic Willow City also had exchanges with the outside world and business dealings. However, it was only for the Monster Plant clan. After Fong Ping asked carefully, he finally understood the general meaning. Monster Plant and Monster Life clans? Fong Ping murmured in his heart. Did the human higher-ups know about this? They should know, right? It turned out that the catacombs were also divided into 2 clans. The Monster Plant and Monster Life clans could actually be seen from the city emblem. If the city emblem was a plant, then it was the Monster Plant clan. If the city emblem was an animal, then it was the Monster Life clan. Skygate City and East Sunflower City are both considered the Monster Plant clan. So is gigantic Willow City. The Cretaceous City that they mention belongs to the Monster Life clan. The martial artists on both sides are actually not much different. The biggest difference is the guardian beast. Fong Ping's eyes were burning. The city emblem was not a useless thing. The divine willow that the man mentioned was the guardian of gigantic Willow City. In fact, according to Fong Ping's understanding, it was actually considered a monster, a plant-type monster. The catacomb cities were all guarded by high-ranked monsters. Fong Ping did not know if the monsters were willing or forced to do so. As for the plant-type monsters, when they reached the high ranks, their strength was generally extremely strong. However, their strength was not in this place, but in the fact that the plant-type monsters could gather energy and supply it to the people in the royal city for cultivation, allowing them to cultivate faster. This was difficult for the animal-type monsters to do, or rather, they were unwilling to do so. However, the Monster Plant clan also had a flaw. The guardian beast was very difficult to move and could not go out. As for the monsters of the Monster Life clan, they could go out to fight. Fong Ping shook his head, countless thoughts appearing in his mind for a moment. According to the rank 3 martial artist in the royal city, the divine willow could also borrow celestiality for the king. In the royal city, the Willow King's strength would skyrocket. Once the Cretaceous King rode the Cretaceous Beast King and fought with the Willow King, and in the end it was defeated. Fong Ping did not know if the other party was bragging or telling the truth about these gossips, so he just listened. The cities of the Monster Plant clan would communicate with each other. This included commercial exchanges, joint organization of personnel to explore and open up new territories, as well as offensive and defensive alliances to resist the Monster Life clan together. The rank 3 martial artist was not very clear about the specific situation. Although there was cooperation between the Monster Plant clan, there was also competition. Sometimes there would be war between them. For example, when an energy mine was found, both sides would also fight for it. This person had participated in such a war before. All in all, the division of sects only prevented both sides from being completely hostile. The catacomb cities on the whole remained independent. What's the situation behind the central mountain range in the depths? When Fong Ping asked this, the other party was at a loss. He did not know much about this. He did not even know how many cities there were in the Nanjiang catacombs. He only knew that near gigantic Willow City, there was gigantic Pine City and Cretaceous City. The catacombs, ordinary people, and martial artists of the 3 lower ranks might only live near the royal city for the rest of their lives. They would not go too far, and it was also very dangerous outside. Then what is the foreign territory? The foreign territory. The other party understood this question and quickly gave an answer. This was also considered common sense, or perhaps a legend. According to the legend, the world they were in was not unique. At the distant border, across the sea, there was another world. However, these worlds were not connected to each other. There was the existence of the celestial barrier. Of course, this was only a legend. The people in gigantic Willow City previously only listened to it as a legend. However, today's battle during the day made many people think of this legend, which was why the foreign territories' powerhouses spread. Facts also proved that the legend should be true. On the royal city's side, no one denied this statement. Moreover, the world they were in was called 9 Southern Territory a long time ago. This was also proof that this world was not only this one. The powerhouses might know this fact, but only the weak would treat it as a legend. 9 Southern Territory. Fong Ping thought of many things. The catacombs were indeed connected. In the past, the language expert had said that the outermost area of the catacombs might be the endless sea. The periphery of the land was a small area in the shape of a grid, which was the catacombs the humans saw. In the center, there was also a prosperous continent. In Fong Ping's opinion, these speculations had a high probability of being correct. Are the Magic City catacombs and Nanjiang catacombs far apart? What is the so-called celestial barrier? Space barrier? Since it's the same world, why is it deliberately divided? Why did the catacombs open up the space passageway with humans? If there is a central territory, then why don't the powerhouses of the central territory open the passageway there? Or is it that the space node is fixed and they can only guide the opening of the passageway? Have Commander Lee and these people been to the central territory? Fong Ping made a connection again. Had these top-notch powerhouses been there before? These people were extremely powerful, at least for many people. Fong Ping knew that Commander Lee of the military department was extremely powerful. He could kill a rank 9 even when fighting 1 against 3. If Fong Ping had this kind of strength, would he not go to the central territory to explore? At least Fong Ping felt that he could not help it. Not to mention the existence of the top rank, 9, even if it was a rank 7, he would dare to go to the central territory. If he went, did the higher-ups already know the inside story of the catacombs? Status. Strength. Fong Ping muttered in his heart again. He relied on guessing every time. Those powerhouses probably knew it clearly. When he returned to the surface this time, no matter what, he had to find out more information. He had to ask if the books that he and Qin Fengqin brought back last time had been translated. He could always find out something. Next, Fong Ping asked about some information about entering the royal city. Entering the city was actually not complicated. The catacomb city did not prohibit catacombs humans from communicating. Even if they cut off contact with Monster Life Clan, it was only targeted at the higher-ups. If the lower-level people encountered each other in the wild, they might not fight to the death. However, the royal city was also divided into the inner and outer city. The outer city could be entered, but the inner city was heavily guarded. As for how to enter the inner city, this rank 3 martial artist had never entered it before. Only the middle-ranked martial artist in the town had been there. Here, Fong Ping also learned an extremely important piece of information. King City was built on top of an incomparably huge energy mine. The city's guardian beast might have been the energy mine's owner in the past. Large-scale energy mines were all renewable mineral deposits. The royal city would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Mining would not be finished. The most important core would not be dug away. They would only take some of the energy stones on the periphery of the mineral deposit. Not only the royal city, but some small cities were also built on mineral veins. In other words, a city was actually a mine. Fong Ping's eyes were about to turn green. This piece of information was really important. Did this not mean that by destroying a catacomb city, one could obtain a large-scale energy mine? Commander Lee and these people actually did not destroy the city. What a waste! Fong Ping cursed silently. Although he knew that those people had to talk about the big picture, Maybe the energy mine was really important. Martial artists using energy mines to cultivate was much more effective than using pills. It's a pity that my ability is still a little weak. That divine willow is not so much the guardian beast of the city, but the guardian of the energy mine. There are people in the catacombs who could not suppress their greed and tried to steal the energy stones. They were all killed and turned into nourishment. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He was also a little tempted. Could this energy shield of his deceive everyone? It was very dangerous. No! Entering the city this time was not for the energy stones, but to inquire about information. Information about the royal city's army, information about the high ranks. These were the main things. As for the rest, they were all secondary and incidental. Fang Ping once again warned himself that he must not act recklessly, or he would die. After asking what he needed to ask, he looked at the trembling martial artist kneeling on the ground. Fang Ping's face was full of compassion. He had to pretend to be a cat crying for a mouse. After asking, since he was so cooperative, he could not make it too bloody. Mentality erupted in an instant, directly shattering the other person's brain tissue. Fang Ping did not delay. He grabbed the corpse and quickly left the town. He ran all the way, found a small forest, and drove a few low-rank monsters to swallow the corpse. As for the few energy stones on this rank 3, Fang Ping smiled and accepted them. He did not touch the things at home. Originally, he wanted to catch someone in the town to ask. Fang Ping thought about it and did not return to the town. Instead, he followed the outline of Royal City and walked to the other side. That was where gigantic Pine City was. There were exchanges between the two sides. It was more appropriate to kill a passing gigantic Pine City martial artist and pretend to be someone from gigantic Pine City. They were all outsiders, anyway. When the time came, it would be more appropriate to interrogate the people from gigantic Pine City. After making up his mind, Fang Ping did not delay. Time was very precious. He turned on the energy barrier now. 10,000 wealth points per minute. 600,000 in an hour. In the vicinity of the city, Fang Ping did not dare to relax his vigilance. He had been turning it on. After a day and night, that was the expenditure of tens of millions of wealth points. If I don't make a profit this time, I'll lose a lot. And I can't stay too long. Otherwise, if I encounter a high rank, it will be troublesome. Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. It was not a big problem for him to hide from ordinary people now, but if he encountered a high-rank powerhouse, it was difficult to say whether he could deceive them. Maybe I should pretend to be an ordinary person, but the status of an ordinary person is too low. My actions in Royal City will definitely be restricted. All kinds of thoughts came to mind. Fang Ping could not help but think of other people. What were those people doing now? Chapter 369. The next day, at dawn, Fang Ping found a group of martial artists coming from gigantic Pine City. A rank 4 martial artist led the team, plus 2 rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping launched a surprise attack and killed 2 rank 3 martial artists in an instant. Under the awe of mentality, he seriously injured the rank 4. Skillfully destroying the corpses, Fang Ping quickly took the seriously injured rank 4 into the woods. This time, Fang Ping spent a little more effort. Perhaps it was because he knew that he would die, or perhaps it was because he had reached the middle rank and his willpower was stronger. The gigantic Pine City martial artist had been silent. After Fang Ping's mentality had been ravaged countless times, in addition to the physical torture, the other party finally spilled some information. The people of gigantic Pine City did go to gigantic Pine City to ask for help. The king of gigantic Pine City also agreed to support and brought several venerable powerhouses in the city to chase down the foreign king. In addition, Fang Ping asked a few other people, but the person of gigantic Pine City knew nothing. When he set off from gigantic Pine City, the people of gigantic Willow City had just arrived. He did not have time to hear any news. In addition to these news, Fang Ping also learned something that he did not know before. Gigantic Willow City wants to open the Fountain of Life, so we rushed over overnight. What is the fountain of life? If Fang Ping had asked before, the other party had not determined whether Fang Ping was a foreign visitor or not. At this moment, the middle-rank martial artist was sure that Fang Ping was 100% from the foreign territory. He did not know what he was thinking. This time the other party was very cooperative and immediately said, "Under the royal city, where the life stones gather, the tutelary usually absorbs the overflowing life energy and gathers it into a pool of life essence." This time, several of gigantic Willow City's venerables and commanders were injured. According to experience, the tutelary will open the fountain of life. For healing? Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. The so-called fountain of life should be a place similar to MCMAU's energy room, right? No, the effect must be much stronger. In the core of a large energy mine, the high-ranked monster plants usually absorbed the overflowing energy, stored it, and gathered it into a pool. What was the concept of this? One must know that even cultivation-aiding energy stones were not 100% pure. The formation of energy stones was actually energy particles attached to some impurities, forming a solid. Real energy particles were not solid, and of course, they were not liquid either. Perhaps the density of the particles was very high. Forming a pool of water that was similar to a liquid state was also very normal. In other words, the spring of life was actually the essence of energy released by a large number of energy stones. Fang Ping could imagine what it would be like. Just like in MCMAU's energy room, countless energy stones released energy, flooding the energy room, allowing people to swim freely in an ocean of energy particles. Fang Ping wanted to gulp, but he could not embarrass himself in front of a catacombs martial artist. This guy was up to no good. Anyone can enter the spring of life. Of course not. The other party was still honest and immediately said, "Our goal is to get closer to the spring of life the moment it opens and absorb the overflowing life energy. This will be very helpful to our cultivation, since it's for the treatment of the commanders. Why didn't it open yesterday? The opening of the fountain of life requires preparation. Unless the king or the protector forcibly opens it, it will take some time to prepare." Then why not forcibly open it? The gigantic Pine City martial artist gave Fang Ping a strange look and still replied honestly, "If it is forcibly opened, it will overflow a lot of life energy. The fountain of life belongs to the king and the protector. If the injury is not too serious, the king will not open it." Fang Ping understood. This thing was the king's private property. Healing you is doing you a favor. If it is forcibly opened and overflowed with too much energy, it will be the king's loss. It is better to let you guys hold on for one more day. You won't die anyway. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, "Want to trick me? Is it that simple? There must be something you didn't say. Do you really think I don't know?" "Idiot." Fang Ping said the word idiot in Mandarin, so it sounded more energetic. The catacombs' curses were very long. Under the rank, four martial artists' unwilling gaze, Fang Ping smashed his brain with one palm. He dug out the heart and packed up the other things, including energy stones, some air-dried beast meat, and some round and translucent crystals that looked somewhat similar to energy stones. On the crystal, a lifelike, pine-like plant appeared. "Is this the catacombs coin?" Fang Ping pinched it. It was very hard, but there were no energy fluctuations. In fact, he knew this thing. This was the crystal left after the energy of energy stones was exhausted, but it was rarely seen on Earth. There were not many energy stones on Earth, and it was not extravagant enough for daily use. The rarer something was, the greater its value. There were few crystals left, so naturally, it could not be used as a universal item. In the catacombs, the difficulty of obtaining energy stones was much lower. Some low-purity energy stones were used in daily life, so there were more crystals left. It was understandable to use this as a coin. However, Fang Ping had not seen it in the Magic City catacombs before. He did not know if he had not encountered it, or if the martial artists he killed were poor, or if they were simply out of the limit of coins. No matter how beautiful this thing was, it was still waste. Powerhouses preferred to use intact energy stones. Although Fong Ping had not seen it, he had seen it in class when he was in general knowledge of the catacombs. Some catacombs would also use this as a coin. Old Man Li, the energy pool used to heal rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. Will it explode if you absorb it? Fong Ping mumbled. The ball of meat on his back moved a little. Fong Ping exhaled and said, I don't know if the energy in the energy pool is gentle enough. As long as it's not as violent as the catacombs' passageways, it's actually much gentler than vitality force when you absorb it. A large amount of energy should be able to help you recover, right? In the past, my biggest dream was to find an energy mine and cultivate in it. Now that I think about it, no matter how rich the energy overflowing from an energy mine is it better than an energy pool full of energy particles? This is what it means to have a mine at home. Compared to the catacombs, we're so weak. Chun Yunchi got an energy stone the size of an egg. I thought we were really rich. How many drops of energy can an energy stone the size of an egg be condensed? What a pity. It must be very dangerous. I'm guessing that the guardian beast they mentioned is also a rank 9. If we include their city lord, that'll be 2 rank 9s. Plus those powerhouses who went in to heal. Old Man Li, if we do this, we'll really poke a hornet's nest. But now I'm a little tempted. You look like you're half dead. How many years and months will it take for you to recover if we kill some monsters to give you a blood transfusion? Even if we return to the human world, will the higher-ups really be willing to spend countless resources for a cripple like you to recover? Even if you recover, will you still have combat strength? Spending billions or even tens of billions to save a crippled old man, do you think they'll save you? Even if they will, are you not embarrassed to let others spend so many resources to save you? Maybe you'll kill yourself when you're agitated. That would be a waste of my countless pills. Sai, forget it. Let's take it one step at a time and see how it goes. If it's too dangerous, don't blame me for not saving you. Initially, I just wanted to find out some information. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. It's a pity that I'm too weak. Fong Ping nagged for a while and changed into a set of clothes. He had just plucked the clothes off the 2 rank 3s. The style of clothing here was actually slightly different from that of Magic City. After changing his clothes, Fong Ping did not hang a rank for medal on himself. Instead, he hung a rank 3 medal. A rank 4 was a little eye-catching. He was not in a hurry to enter the city. Fong Ping wandered on the road for a while, and also met a few martial artists who were rushing from gigantic Pine City. These people also noticed Fong Ping, but seeing that his face was injured and he did not look familiar, the few people who passed by ignored him. Every capital city was extremely huge, including the affiliated towns. The catacombs humans under the jurisdiction of a royal city ranged from 2 million to 5 million. There were also many martial artists. With so many martial artists, it was normal for a lower-ranked martial artist not to recognize them. Just like Fong Ping, not to mention all the martial artists in Sino Nation. Even if they were MCMAU students, he might not be able to recognize them even if they changed their clothes. Seems like it's not a big problem. Fong Ping's mood relaxed a lot. When he saw a group of people pass by in front, Fong Ping also silently followed behind. Gigantic Willow City was getting closer and closer. The closer he got, the more oppressive Fong Ping felt. Above the city, the energy particles were so dense that they almost fell like raindrops. And these energies were limited to a small area. A towering tree, with its crown towering into the sky, was interspersed in these dark energy clouds, constantly swallowing and spitting out energy. The pedestrians seemed to have long been used to this, and no one went to look at this scene. Fong Ping's gaze changed slightly. This tree was actually very far away from him, but he could see it from outside the city. How high was it? 50 meters? 100 meters? No wonder there were so many martial artists in the catacombs. Just the energy in the sky, even if a little leaked, was enough for countless people to cultivate. These energies came from the catacombs world and also from the underground energy mine. The energy that overflowed from the energy mine was concentrated there. Fang Ping was still looking at the towering tree. At the huge city gate, a team of fully armored soldiers walked out quickly. Next to him, someone whispered, "Gigantic Willow Divine Guards have been dispatched. Are they going to war with Cretaceous City?" There were not many soldiers coming out of the city. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were about 50 people. However, their strength was indeed a little scary. They were all middle-ranked powerhouses. The armored powerhouse leading them had extremely strong energy fluctuations. He was at least middle stage rank, 6 and above. Maybe he was upper stage or even peak. Fang Ping did not dare to probe carefully. Among the 50 people, there were also many rank 5s, at least 7 or 8 of them. This kind of strength, even in the catacombs, was not weak. Not to mention that gigantic Willow City had suffered heavy losses yesterday. It was already extremely difficult to mobilize so many soldiers at this moment. It's not a war with Cretaceous City. Last night, Willow Town, more than 50 li away, was destroyed. All the martial artists in the town were killed. Fang Ping listened attentively. He did not know if it was more than 50 li away. The catacombs probably did not use this unit. That was the general meaning. In a town more than 50 li away, all the martial artists in the town were killed. At dawn, the ordinary people who fled last night. While countless people were lost, many people still managed to reach Royal City with the help of the weak lights of Royal City. Upon receiving the news, gigantic Willow City immediately dispatched their trump card. A team of divine guards was dispatched. Fang Ping heard the people next to him talking. Willow Town had a rank 5 powerhouse guarding it. Compared to the surrounding towns, it was not considered weak. There were also a few rank 4 powerhouses. In the end, it was still slaughtered last night. I heard that it was 3 people who killed without batting an eye. They even took away the life stone blessed by Willow Deity in the town. What? The life stone blessed by Willow Deity was taken away? That was definitely not done by the people of gigantic Willow City, nor by the people of the other monster plant clan. I think it was most likely done by the people of Cretaceous City, other than them, who would dare to take away the life stone blessed by Willow Deity. The martial artists of the catacombs were also gossipy. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to enter the city. Listening to these people's gossip also gave him some small gains. For example, in the small town under gigantic Willow City, the large energy stone that glowed in their town was not only for illumination, but also to drive away monsters. Energy stones were also a fatal attraction for demon beasts. However, when the energy stone was stained with the aura of the rank 9 guardian monster plant, the monsters would not dare to attack the town. The powerhouses of the monster plant clan would not easily take away this kind of energy stone because it was easy for powerhouses to notice the difference in aura, causing the relationship to deteriorate. However, the people of the monster beast clan and the monster plant clan had always been at odds, so taking away the energy stone was common. Snatching the energy stone, killing all the martial artists, Fang Ping listened for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like the style of those guys. Are they starting to make a move? I hope these guys are careful. This team this time is not easy to deal with. A powerhouse above middle stage rank 6 plus 7 or 8 rank 5s and a few rank 14s. If Fang Ping was not there, the 3 of them might not be able to deal with them. Moreover, these martial artists were military martial artists. They were not comparable to those stragglers and stragglers from before. No matter how weak these military martial artists were, they would not run away in the face of battle. Yesterday, many of those civilian martial artists had wanted to run away. Fang Ping's head hurt a little. These guys were really worrisome. Fortunately, he was not with them. Otherwise, would he not be chased to death now? Just now, Fong Ping saw that team of martial artists leaving the city, and they even brought a few wolf-like monsters out with them. If he was not mistaken, they must be the military dogs of the catacombs. The energy stone was attached with some of the willow tree monsters' aura. These military dogs would definitely be able to smell it. This is not a small problem, but I can't help you guys anymore. Take it easy. Fong Ping shook his head, and he became more vigilant. He would be more careful next time. He did not expect the catacombs to have this kind of military dog creature. Next time, when he wanted to kill people to silence them, he would even have to deal with the aura. He did not care about those guys anymore. Entering the catacombs, everyone had to look after themselves. Everyone was in danger. They were lucky that there were no high ranks after them. If you guys are so capable, continue to make a ruckus. Lure away all the high ranks, and lure away this willow tree monster too. Then I'll consider you guys good. Fong Ping prayed in his heart. Wu Chuan would also work harder and lure away all these powerhouses. Then he could make a fortune in gigantic Willow City. It might not be impossible. In the next 2 days, if Nanjiang comes to help and the war starts, the powerhouses here will definitely join the battle. When that time comes, it will be my chance. Fong Ping calculated for a while. There was still a chance. Wu Chuan and the others would not give up on the passageway. Before the news of their deaths was confirmed, humans would not easily give up on a rank 9 Grandmaster powerhouse. If they worked together, the power of gigantic Willow City alone would not be able to withstand it. After entering the city, I'll first scout for information and then wait for an opportunity. Once the war breaks out in the outside world, gigantic Willow City's powerhouses will go to help, and I'll mess up their rear. Fong Ping decided on a plan. He was quite satisfied with his enemy's rear plan. Without thinking about Qin Fengqing and the others, Fong Ping walked toward the city gate. The city gate had a main gate and a side gate. At the main gate, martial artists were lining up. There were not many people. At the side gate, some ordinary catacombs humans were lining up. The line was quite long, and many of them came from the surrounding towns. Fong Ping had a rank 3 medal on him. He was not considered too weak at the city gate. Of course, he was not very strong either. There were 1 or 2 middle ranks here. The people in front of him entered one by one. Everything went smoothly. The soldiers guarding the gate did not speak either. When it was Fong Ping's turn, Fong Ping learned from the others. He casually threw an energy stone remnant crystal into the wicker basket beside him as an entrance fee. Just as he was about to enter, the soldier suddenly frowned and said, "Go through it again." Fong Ping was slightly stunned, but he did not show it. He took a step back and walked through it again. This time, Fong Ping also noticed something strange. When he walked past a small sapling as tall as a person at the city gate, seemed to emit a weak mentality to scan him. He had restrained his mentality just now, so he did not notice it. At this moment, Fong Ping's expression was normal, but his heart was thumping hard. F*CK, the catacombs had access control. The weak mentality scanned Fong Ping again. Fong Ping was actually fine. His energy shield was activated, and his mentality gathered some energy particles to disguise them on the surface of his body. Even if the mentality scanned, unless it could penetrate his body, it would not be able to see anything. However, Old Manly, who was carrying him on his back, was a little problematic. The soldier guarding the gate also saw the animal skin backpack on his back and frowned slightly. Fong Ping did not waste any time. He opened the animal skin and said coldly in a hoarse voice, "Pray." The soldier glanced at him and exhaled softly. He did not waste any more time and said in a low voice, "That's enough." Fong Ping did not say much. He took a step and walked into the city. The meatball behind him seemed to have hit him. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. There's no use getting angry. You're not looking at yourself in the mirror right now. Otherwise, you'll also believe that you're a skinned piglet. Once he entered the city, The towering tree that he saw outside the city seemed even bigger now. Moreover, he did not see the tree trunk before. Right now, Fong Ping also saw the tree trunk. He could not even relate it to the ugly and rough tree trunk. It was an incomparably huge, crystal-clear giant pillar. The giant pillar was crystal clear. Wisps of golden silk threads ran through the giant pillar. Fong Ping's gaze was solemn. Those were not silk threads. Those were the golden blood that only a powerhouse with an indestructible golden body would have. This giant tree had really become a monster. Did it have intelligence? It was understandable that animals had intelligence. Would plants have it too? Of course, the world was big. Anything was possible. Everything was possible. It's so big. How much energy does it store? When it explodes, I'm afraid its strength is also extremely strong. Fong Ping judged in his heart. Would rank 9s like Wu Chuan be a match for this tree monster? What kind of energy mine could support such a giant monster and the millions of catacombs humans in the city? Gigantic Willow City was very, very big. It was so big that Fong Ping could not see the end of it. The only thing he could see was that giant willow tree. After entering the city gate, what appeared in front of him were wide and flat stone roads. These roads were all inlaid with giant stones. Who knew how much manpower and material resources had been spent on them? The roads led in different directions. Fong Ping did not know which way to go. This was even more lonely than being in a foreign land, in a foreign country. Even if he did not know the way, even if he did not speak the language, he could still ask without restraint and express himself with body language. Here, however, he did not dare to ask. He could not ask. Fong Ping did not act rashly. He stopped for a while and observed carefully. Normal people mostly walked to the left. Martial artists who carried goods and prey usually walked to the right. Those who had nothing in their hands mostly walked straight. Behind him was the city gate. Fong Ping no longer hesitated. He strode to the right, muttering in his heart. Could the right be the food market? Chapter 370. He walked along the stone path on the right. Along the way, there were shops and residences on both sides of the stone path. There were all kinds of things sold in the shop. Some sold clothes, some sold weapons, some sold medicinal herbs. There were also shops that looked like horse carriages. There were monsters that looked like horses parked outside. In fact, they looked like horses to Fong Ping. However, their vitality was not strong. They might not have reached rank 1 yet. These monsters could not be considered as monsters. These carriages were only suitable for use inside the city. The willow tree monster was in the royal city. The willow tree monster did not suppress the aura emitted from inside the city, but it did suppress the aura outside the city. Therefore, the carriages could be used inside the city. Once outside the city, monsters would soon attack after sensing the vitality force of these horses. Fong Ping continued forward. The further he went, the more people there were. After walking for a few thousand meters, the buildings in front of him suddenly emptied, and a large, empty square appeared. There were no buildings, but there were many people. Fong Ping saw some people in front of him carrying goods. They found an empty space and casually threw the goods on the ground. They did not shout, and soon buyers came forward to check. Is this a market? Fong Ping could roughly determine the purpose of this large square. He could not help but pat Oldly behind him. He had really arrived at the market. It was not a normal market. Almost all the buyers and sellers here were martial artists. There were all kinds of goods for sale. There were monster carcasses, monster hearts, and some things that looked like tree branches but were actually the roots and leaves of monster plants. They also had strong energy, fluctuations. Fong Ping also saw some medicinal herbs that looked familiar. They were all rich in energy. He did not see any energy stones. In the catacombs, energy stones were the main cultivation resources of catacombs martial artists. Very few people would sell them. Even if they did, they would barter. Rare metal raw ores were not uncommon here. Fong Ping could even recognize what some of the metals were. He also knew the ratio of raw materials for alloy materials. Some of them were even metals that were necessary for A-class alloys. Just as Fong Ping was looking around, a middle-aged man who looked like a buyer walked over and asked, "What are you selling?" Fong Ping saw him, staring at the animal skin bag behind him. He remained silent and ignored him. If he sold Oldly, Oldly would be stewed, right? Seeing that Fong Ping did not answer, the other party frowned slightly but did not continue to pester him. This was a trading spot for martial artists from the surrounding towns and cities. Fong Ping was not the only one here. He only asked because he saw that Fong Ping was wearing a rank 3 medal. Fong Ping did not just stand there. He looked through some of the goods along the way. He actually wanted to rob some of them. The martial artists here were not considered strong. Rank 3s were considered not weak, and middle ranks were extremely rare. However, there were still good things. Rare metals and various main ingredients for medicinal pills could be seen everywhere. As for the trading method, Fong Ping saw someone using energy stone crystals to trade. Energy stone crystals might be trash, but as currency, they would naturally be given a corresponding value. As long as the royal city approved of them, they would be valuable. However, not all of them were like that. There were also people who used energy stones that had not been used up for transactions, but they were usually only used for slightly more valuable items. Energy stones, also known as life stones by the people of the catacombs, were not only their main cultivation resource, but also the main currency for daily transactions. Fong Ping's ears were constantly trembling as he walked, paying attention to the conversations of some martial artists. As he dealt with the people of the catacombs for a longer period of time, he often listened to their conversations. After a long time, he could almost guess the meaning of some of their words. Unlike other catacombs where martial artists met only life and death, there were very few opportunities for catacombs martial artists to talk when they met humans. The newly opened catacombs, and it was even in the royal city, these martial artists did not pay much attention to human martial artists. "I heard that the royal city is recruiting troops." Recruiting troops? Are they going to war with Cretaceous City? No, it's the foreign powerhouses. I happened to overhear the conversation between the two masters in the inner city this morning. I heard that the foreign powerhouses are coming, and the war will start soon. The royal city has tens of thousands of troops, and the gigantic Willow Divine Guards. Do they need to be afraid of the foreign people? You don't know, but don't tell others. I heard that the gigantic Willow Divine Guards suffered heavy losses yesterday. 3,000 gigantic Willow Divine Guards, more than 1,000 died yesterday. So many? How is that possible? The Divine Guards are at least level 4, right? There are also many warlords. It's true. Yesterday, they surrounded the foreign powerhouses. I heard that the foreign powerhouses who came were all warlords and above. The Divine Guards rushed at the forefront. The warlords who went, except for a few on the periphery, all died in battle. The foreign people are so powerful. I heard that they are very powerful, and they are the kind who do not care about their lives. More than 10 warlords killed dozens of the Divine Guards warlords. Even some of the recruited family and sect warlords are almost all dead. Can we beat them? This was not the only place where the discussion was. Many people knew about the royal city's recruitment. Yesterday's losses were so great that the people in the surrounding towns might not know, but who in the royal city did not know. Countless warlords were killed and injured, for commanders had fallen, and even some venerables had fallen. Such a big event, even Willow King could not hide it. These powerhouses also had relatives and families. 3,000 gigantic Willow Divine Guards. This was also the core strength of gigantic Willow City, which was 3,000 middle-ranked powerhouses. They were different from Skygate City. Skygate City had been at war with humans for many years, and their army had expanded to hundreds of thousands of people. On gigantic Willow City's side, before the war, other than the core army like the gigantic Willow Divine Guards, there were less than 50,000 ordinary soldiers. Yesterday, although Old Man Li and his people were few, they killed many powerhouses. In the end, when Old Man Li killed a rank 8, sword rays shot everywhere, and almost all the middle-ranked martial artists on the periphery were killed. Even those commanders could not react in time. Fang Ping listened and gradually made a judgment in his heart. 3,000 middle-ranked martial artists, an army formed by 50,000 lower-ranked martial artists. No, maybe there are only 2,000 middle-ranked martial artists now. Even if there is one middle-ranked general among the 50,000 lower-ranked martial artists, there are probably less than 3,000 middle-ranked powerhouses in gigantic Willow City now. Many rank SXS died in battle yesterday. Now there are only 50 people left in the army. The commanders are also rank 7, and 4 of them died in battle yesterday. Governor General Zhang and his people are really cruel. Fang Ping was still a little surprised to hear that 4 commander-level powerhouses died yesterday. Yesterday, when he rushed to the sky, he also took a glance. The other party seemed to have 7 people left. In other words, after he left, the other party had another 2 people killed in battle. One had to know that at that time, Zhou Zhenyang was already dead. Zhang Dingnan and the NMEU vice-chancellor were all severely injured. Under such circumstances, 2 more people were killed, which was somewhat unexpected. Perhaps gigantic Willow City had not gotten used to the humans' method of fighting to the death. Even if they died, they would drag a few away. This was the humans' habit of fighting with the catacombs for so many years. Before this, even if gigantic Willow City had fought with Cretaceous City for many years, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was just a small fight. It was said that both sides had been fighting for 100 years, and it seemed that the commanders had not died. Was this also called a battle to the death? However, now there were more than 5 rank 7s left in gigantic Willow City. Yesterday, there were still a few who did not go to battle but stayed behind to guard gigantic Willow City. Fang Ping was not clear about the specific number, but at most it was about 10. There were really only 2 rank 8s left. 1 rank 9, 2 rank 8s, about 10 rank 7s, and the rank SAXS inside and outside the city, plus the civilians, there are about 100 people. The middle-ranked martial artists in the entire city may be more than 5,000 people. This kind of strength, compared to Skygate City before the loss, was actually much weaker. Before the 2 rank 8s died, Skygate City's high-end combat power was similar to gigantic Willow City. But Skygate City's army was 200,000. Among them, there are at least 10,000 middle-ranked people. If gigantic Willow City doesn't have reinforcements, it's actually not difficult to build a stronghold. There's no need for another rank 9s. With a few more rank 8s, it's not a problem to build a stronghold. However, gigantic Pine City seems to have reinforcements. If there's no rank 9s to help, it'll be difficult to build a stronghold. As for the giant tree in the city, Fang Ping did not pay much attention to it. Looking at its huge size, it was obvious that it was not easy to move. Moreover, this giant willow had been in the city and had not left. It was probably not very suitable for attack, but its defense was quite good. Skygate City seems to have a big tree too. Is it also a tree monster? It should be, but it hasn't come out all these years. It seems that it's really not easy to move. Thinking of these in his heart, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. Although he said that gigantic Willow City's strength did not seem strong. Don't forget, this was only 1 catacomb and 1 city. How many royal cities were there in the Nanjiang catacombs? Fang Ping still did not know, but according to past experience, a catacomb had at least 10 cities, and as many as 20. In the capital city catacombs, there were 20 cities. Of course, that was before. Now, there were 2 less cities in the capital city catacombs. In the war that year, although they did not destroy the capital city catacombs, they did destroy 2 cities. The capital city catacombs destroyed 2 cities. Fang Ping suddenly realized something. A royal city, an energy mine. The government might have a lot of energy mine reserves. It was true that they suffered heavy losses that year, but how could they not gain anything after destroying 2 cities? In the past few years, so many grandmasters had appeared, and it might not be unrelated to this war. MCMAU has a long way to go, not to mention a catacomb. Even a city can't compete. More than 10 high-rank powerhouses, MCMAU is still far behind. Rank 6, MCMAU only has about 20 people. The gap is not small. Rank 4 and 5, MCMAU has less than 400 people. Gigantic Willow City has at least 10 times that of MCMAU. Fong Ping shook his head. One school to suppress one catacomb. It was easier said than done. Now that MCMAU had gathered the strength of the whole school, even if they went against Skygate City, which had already suffered heavy losses, the chances of winning were not high, and the chances of them being completely wiped out were even higher. Skygate City still had a rank 9, a rank 8, and several rank 7 powerhouses. I wonder if old Liu is still alive? If he died in battle, then MCMAU's strength will fall again. Everyone was selfish, and there was a distinction between what was close and what was close. If the other Grandmaster powerhouses who entered this time died, Fong Ping might not feel too bad. But if Liu Pola died, then it would be really bad. For example, when other rank 6 powerhouses died in battle, although Fong Ping was quite sad at the time, when it came to saving people, he only risked saving Li Changxing. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Fong Ping continued to wander, and at the same time he was also distracted by the discussions of these catacombs martial artists. There were also people talking about the opening of the Fountain of Life. However, many of the martial artists here were from the surrounding towns or other royal city. They were not qualified to go near the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life was located in the core of the inner city. However, when the Fountain of Life opened, a large amount of energy would overflow. Even in the outer city, the energy concentration would increase a lot. Gigantic Willow City did not prohibit martial artists from entering the outer city. When the Fountain of Life opened, they could also take the opportunity to cultivate. However, the effect was average, but it was better than nothing. The inner city, huh? Fong Ping exhaled softly. It was not easy to enter. From what everyone said, it was a little difficult to enter the inner city. Not everyone could go in. With some regret, Fong Ping left the square. There were a lot of things here. Fong Ping felt that it would not be difficult to sell them for 500 or 600 million. However, if he robbed this place, it would be difficult to escape Gigantic Willow City. He continued walking along the square. Fong Ping noted down the locations of some shops along the way. He did not note down the general shops, but he remembered a few places with extremely rich energy. Those places were equivalent to the human banks. The human banks stored gold and coins, and here energy stones were stored. In the royal city, there was a service where one could choose to exchange low-concentration energy stones for energy stones that could be used for cultivation. Of course, the exchange rate was very frightening. In the catacombs, low-concentration energy stones were actually not uncommon. Some small mineral veins were almost all of these low-concentration energy stones. Monsters did not pay much attention to them, and neither did the catacombs' powerhouses. And these were the energy stones that most catacombs, civilians, could obtain. They could mine, and use this to exchange for high-concentration cultivation energy stones in the royal city. As for the low-concentration energy stones that the catacombs took away, Fong Ping did not know if they could be purified or used for other purposes. In the royal city, there were many shops that handled the exchange. Fong Ping saw a few of them. Although he did not understand the catacombs' language, he saw someone enter with a lot of low-concentration energy stones and quickly exchange them for high-concentration ones. After thinking about it, he could guess the purpose of these shops. But it's not easy to rob. Almost all of them have rank 6 guarding them. Fong Ping sighed. However, there were 1 or 2 shops that did not have rank 6 guarding them, but rank 5 martial artists. Gigantic Willow City was very big. Fong Ping walked for almost an hour and had not reached the inner and outer city borders. As for the giant tree, the more he walked forward, the more he realized that he had underestimated its height. It was more than 100 meters. It was not that Fong Ping had never seen high-rise buildings in Magic City. There were even those that were 500 or 600 meters tall. Although, because there were many high-rise buildings in Magic City, it was not very conspicuous if one did not look closely. But the giant tree was so far away it was still dazzling. Fong Ping guessed that it was probably 400 or 500 meters tall. It's so tall and so thick. How much energy has it absorbed? If I bring a tree like this back to MCMAU, I'm afraid it can suck all the energy particles in Magic City dry. But if it doesn't absorb energy, but spits it out, TSK, then Magic City will also become a cultivation, holy land. And it's hard to say. Plants that cultivate to become spirits may not always absorb energy. Otherwise, wouldn't gigantic Willow City have been sucked dry long ago? At a certain realm, energy won't be lost. If the realm doesn't increase, it may not need to absorb energy. Otherwise, there won't be any fountain of life left. It would have been sucked by this tree monster long ago. Fong Ping stared at the tall giant tree with a burning gaze. For a moment, Fong Ping really had the thought of chopping it down and bringing it back. Whether it was used as a weapon material or a cultivation material, that sparkling and translucent tree trunk would probably be a good thing. Could the toughness of A-class alloy really compare to the toughness of the tree trunk? No, perhaps the forging of divine weapons had something to do with these materials. Divine weapons were good stuff. The golden blood also contained endless energy. If it was used as a raw material for pills, it could probably be used to make countless pills. If I chop down this tree, MCMAU might be able to produce a few thousand middle ranks. There might even be a batch of grandmasters. However, even if he chopped it down, he might not be able to bring it back as a whole. It was too big, and the passageway might not be able to accommodate it. If my storage space was a few thousand cubic meters, then I could really bring it back. But if I chop it down, I'm afraid I won't be able to chop it down without a divine weapon. Fong Ping muttered in his heart for a while. He began to observe carefully. He would find an inn to stay in. He could not wander around like this. If he stayed, he might try digging the ground. On the surface, he dared not act rashly. However, when he was underground, he would retract his aura. He could not bring Oldly along, or else he would be easily detected. When he retracted his aura, it would be relatively safe underground as long as he did not cause a huge commotion. After searching for a while, Fong Ping saw a place that looked like an inn. He stood opposite and listened for a while. Once he had an idea, Fong Ping strode over. Very quickly, Fong Ping obtained the right to stay in a small courtyard with a relatively beautiful environment at the cost of 10 energy crystals. 2 days. Halfway through, Fong Ping used his mentality to display the energy waves of a peak rank 3 martial artist. Combined with the imminent opening of the Fountain of Life, the inn owner was very understanding. Fong Ping said in a hoarse voice, "Do not disturb me," and the other party nodded hurriedly. This was a powerhouse who was preparing to break through to rank 4. He used the opening of the Fountain of Life specifically to do so. If he was interrupted because of the inn, there would be trouble. Although the person who came to the inn to break through was not someone with a powerful background, it was better to avoid trouble. Under the guidance of an ordinary catacombs human, Fong Ping entered the small courtyard, closed the courtyard door, and entered the room. "Old man Lee, I've gathered enough intelligence. It's time to get down to business." Fong Ping said matter-of-factly. The intelligence had more or less been gathered. The number of rank 7, 8, and 9, as well as the number of middle ranks, were all estimated. The gains were not small. As for the rest, Fong Ping felt that there was no need to investigate. Anyway, the most important thing was to build a stronghold. He would come back to investigate when he had time. The business was, of course, the fountain of life. Other than that, he had also grasped the locations of those energy stone exchange shops. It was enough. Any more would not be useful. Now that he was spending tens of millions of wealth points here every day, Fong Ping's heart ached. Qin Fengqing and the others have already snatched large pieces of energy stones. I still haven't gotten anything. I can't be less than them, can I? Otherwise, even if I go back, I'll be laughed at. I'll go underground to investigate for a while. I'll leave you here later. Good luck. If you're discovered when I'm not here, you can't blame me if you're taken away and roasted, Fong Ping muttered, looking a little helpless. The energy shield was only effective against him. If he brought Old Li underground, he was afraid that he would be discovered very easily. Martial artists' senses were very sharp. At high ranks, once their mentality swept past, Old Li would be discovered very quickly. This time, Li Chongqing did not act up. Going underground to investigate was not a safe thing to do. Chapter 371. Just as Fong Ping checked into the inn, 100 miles away from gigantic Willow City, 3 figures flashed across the sky like lightning. Li Hansong gasped for breath, his face full of grief and indignation. I asked you to recuperate, but you insisted on making a fortune. Look at what happened now. Behind him, dozens of experts were chasing after him. Li Hansong was not stupid. The other party had found them so quickly and had been following them. Even if they hid, they would be discovered soon. In fact, he had already realized something. Seeing that Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing were both carrying huge bags, Li Hansong couldn't help but say, "Throw them away, or else they won't be able to escape." "I won't." Qin Fengqing gave a muffled grunt. "You'll die. I won't throw it away even if I die." Li Hansong had a bitter look on his face. Did he want money more than his life? If he didn't throw it away, he would really die. Wang Jinyang was slightly more reliable than Qin Fengqing. He panted and said, "Take out that energy stone. The 3 of us will absorb as we run. Absorb as much as we can." Li Hansong could not help but say, "That energy stone's purity isn't high enough. There are too many impurities. It's fine. Just absorb more and clean up the impure energy later." Wang Jinyang appeared to be very experienced. He quickly said, "Although it's a waste, it's much faster than cultivating on your own. Don't worry, there won't be any side effects." Then, before Li Hansong could finish, Qin Fengqing had already taken out an energy stone and started to absorb it frantically. As for the impurities, so what? He could absorb more now and spend some time to clean it up later. At least it would be faster than cultivating on his own. Without hesitation, Wang Jinyang grabbed the energy stone and quickly absorbed it. Seeing this, Li Hansong couldn't help but say, "Leave a place for me. You guys are running so fast, I can't keep up." It was embarrassing to talk about it. He couldn't run as fast as Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing turned his head and was a little disdainful. After thinking about it, he smiled and didn't look down on him anymore. It was better if he ran slowly. If he ran fast, then Ironhead Li wouldn't be of much use. Li Hansong managed to catch up with them with much difficulty. He grabbed the energy stone and started absorbing it while panting. "After we lose the energy stone, let's find a place to hide for a few days. Let's see if Fong Ping will come looking for us. Come on. Do you expect him to find us? Do you really think he'll come looking for us? That kid might be roaming around somewhere right now." Qin Fengqing exposed him and said, "Rather than waiting for him to find us, we might as well wait at the entrance of the passageway. Who knows? He might have already snuck into the city to eat and drink to his heart's content. It can't be, right? Forget it if you don't believe me." Qin Fengqing felt that if he had Fong Ping's secret skill, he would have entered the city a long time ago. Who would still be loitering in the wilderness? Although Li Hansong felt that what Qin Fengqing said did not seem to be true. But when he thought about Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang and then thought about Fong Ping, who was on good terms with both of them, it was not impossible. "Sai, I shouldn't have come." Li Hansong sighed in his heart. None of them were very reliable. In the inn, Fong Ping crouched under the bed, lifting up the stone floorboard under the bed. His mentality probed a little, and then his pupils contracted slightly. There are roots underground. I knew it would be like this. He scanned the area with his psychic power and found that the roots that were full of energy underground seemed to have a weak reaction. One must know that this inn was several thousand meters away from the inner city. The inner city was also very big. The willow tree monster's main root system was not here at all. It was at least 10 li away from Fong Ping. I can't release my mentality or vitality. If I trigger the willow tree monster's reaction, I'll definitely die. Old man Li, I can't bring you down with me. Although your vitality is weak, it's still there. You'll be easily attacked, and you'll be skewered like a kebab. There are martial artists from the catacombs who came here to mine. Most of them are dead. Not only are there willow tree monsters' roots underground, but there are also gigantic willow city guards. I'll see if I can snatch a part of the energy essence. Once I get it, we'll run. If I don't come back, you'll probably die too. Good luck. Fong Ping did not leave Old Man Li outside the city. He was not familiar with this place. If he left him outside the city, he might not be able to find him. Moreover, he did not know if he would have the chance to find him. It was safer to bring him here. At least he would not be eaten by monsters. I'll go down first. After Fong Ping said that, the meatball trembled for a moment. Fong Ping patted him and said in a low voice, "Don't move. I won't die so easily. Even rank 7 and 8 aren't as safe as me." He could shield all auras, just like a dead object. If not for the fact that he did not want to stand out, he did not need to gather energy particles on the surface of his body at all. A lifeless, dead object, just like a rock, the probability of being discovered was extremely low. Of course, whether he could hide it from a rank 9, Fong Ping did not know. He did not find a chance to test it either. However, at this time he could only trust the system to be famous. I'm going down. Fong Ping placed the bed board properly. He did not put Old Man Li on the bed, but tossed him to a corner. The more casual he was, the fewer people would care. Old Man Li could only pray for himself. At this time, Fong Ping did not use his saber to dig. He used his hands to dig. The soil that he dug out was stored in his storage space. After digging for a while, he sent the compacted soil back to the surface. Then, Fong Ping continued to dig. Along the way, he encountered some crystal-clear roots. However, these roots were like dead objects. They did not move at all. Fong Ping was careful. He did not dare to touch them. He tried his best to avoid contact with the roots. Humans might not care about ants crawling under their feet. At this moment, Fong Ping tried his best to make himself appear even more insignificant than the ants. This way, the willow tree monster would not notice him. Fortune is found in danger. Swaying under the eyes of a rank 9 will give me the right to brag in the future. The willow tree monster should be a rank 9. It might even be a powerful rank 9. Right now, he was equivalent to swaying under its feet. Exciting enough, right? Along the way, Fong Ping did not encounter a water source. The soil underground was dry and not moist enough. As expected, there are mineral deposits, and they're not too deep. If the energy mine was a few hundred meters underground, water should have come out by now. It should be below. Fong Ping dug with his bare hands. After digging for a while, when he felt his hands touching something hard, Fong Ping's eyes flashed with joy. As expected, the energy mine was not deep. At this moment, Fong Ping had become a clay figurine. However, Fong Ping did not care. He did not even move the soil up. He began surging forward along the periphery of the soil and stones. At this moment, Fong Ping felt that it was a pity that his skull was not honed properly. Otherwise, like Li Hansong, he could dig a tunnel on his head. It would be more convenient. Surging forward along the direction of the mineral vein, Fong Ping's gaze gradually changed. No wonder no one could enter the underground to mine. Underground, some hollow areas gradually appeared, and these areas were densely covered with crystal clear roots. These roots weaved an incomparably huge cage, enveloping the entire mineral vein. It looked like there was no movement, but once it sensed a threat, these roots would instantly turn into killing weapons. The martial artists from the catacombs are quite daring. There are even people who dare to come and steal mines. If the Monster Plant City is like this, then wouldn't the Monster Life City be easier to steal? As Fong Ping moved forward, the underground seemed to brighten. Some mixed and impure energy, or as emitted a faint light. It was not the light that was refracted by the sun. Energy ores did not rely on this to emit light, but the faint light that existed on their own. Although the purity of these ores was not high, the quantity was incalculable. This was not a problem of 1 or 2 pieces. Instead, it was like a mountain range spreading out in all directions everywhere. Fong Ping did not look too long. These energy, ores of too low purity, could not be taken away by him. He continued to dig deeper. The further he went, the more cautious Fong Ping became. The energy in front was getting richer, which meant that he was nearing the inner city. There were many powerhouses in the inner city. Although he was now 10 to 20 meters deep underground, and there were no energy fluctuations, it would be troublesome if he was heard by others if he made too much noise. Fong Ping carefully wriggled. He did not go near the energy ores, but penetrated the soil above. The mineral vein below was densely covered with roots, and they were hard enough. Fong Ping did not want to make too much noise. He continued to wriggle forward. Fong Ping did not know how long he had been crawling. Sometimes, when he felt that something was wrong, Fong Ping would stop. When he wriggled again, he felt that there was nothing in front of him. Fong Ping was shocked, and hurriedly grabbed the falling soil in front of him. A passageway appeared in front of him. At this moment, Fong Ping had already entered the mining area. Underground it was all bright. The royal city's energy, ores, were also constantly being mined. They were not completely unused, or else the royal city martial artists would not have the resources to cultivate. After listening for a moment, he could vaguely hear some noises in the distance. It could be the patrolling team, or it could be the mining personnel. I've really entered the old nest. Fong Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart and carefully descended from the hole above. The surroundings were still densely covered with roots, but there was no movement. After landing on the ground and standing in the passageway, Fong Ping was not in a hurry to check the situation. He hurriedly patched up the hole above, as if it had never appeared. After patching up the hole, Fong Ping moved forward carefully. After a few steps, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. There were irregular energy, ores embedded in all directions of the passageway. That was not all. Inside the passageway, there were also large amounts of energy, ores that had been mined. However, the purity was not high, and some of them seemed to have been cut. Could it be? Fong Ping seemed to think of something, and after a while he had a vague guess. The low-purity energy, ores mined by the nearby martial artists, might have been put into the underground mineral vein after being exchanged. The mineral vein was rich in energy. Some of the energy released by the high-purity energy ores was used by the people of the royal city for cultivation. Some was absorbed and stored by the willow tree monster, and some became the energy source for nurturing these low-purity energy ores. After a few years, these low-purity energy ores might become high-purity cultivation energy ores. Sustainable development, huh? No wonder the mineral vein in the royal city was endless. It seemed that the martial artists of the catacombs were not completely without a plan. The mineral vein outside the royal city had been found, and then it had been completely mined. The mineral vein inside the royal city only mined high-purity, cultivationating energy ores. Low-purity ores would not be mined. They would wait for the energy to be absorbed and nurtured. The passageway that Fong Ping had taken might have been abandoned a long time ago. Perhaps the high-purity energy ores had been mined out in the past, and now there were no signs of human habitation. Only some low-purity energy, ores, were scattered inside the passageway. In the past, seeing so many energy ores underground, Fong Ping would not care about the purity. He would have picked them up long ago. Now, however, Fong Ping did not move. It was not until he saw an energy, or with a high purity, possibly at the level of a cultivation-aiding energy, or that Fong Ping squatted down and carefully checked the roots around him. Gritting his teeth, he instantly put the energy or into his storage space. The roots were still motionless. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these roots had not reached the level of Heaven's Eye. They might be able to sense the lack of energy, but compared to the huge mineral vein, one less energy or was nothing. No wonder there are still guards. If I rely on this unreliable willow tree monster, it might have been emptied long ago. After walking for a while, Fong Ping's ears twitched, and he carefully leaned against a depression in the passageway. He pressed his ear against the wall of the passageway. He could vaguely hear footsteps coming from the passageway next door, accompanied by the voices of the catacombs people talking. The fountain of life is about to open. After we're done with this, we'll find a good place to wait for the tide of life to erupt. This time we might be able to take the opportunity to rush to level 5. There's not much hope, unless we can get close to the fountain of life. But in the center are a few venerables and the chieftains, and outside are the generals. We can only cultivate in the periphery. That's still better than usual. When we reach level 5, we can also enter the high-ranked life stone vein to cultivate. Then, cultivation will be much faster than now. Maybe we don't have to reach level 5. This time, many generals have fallen. To replenish their strength, the king might let us enter the high-ranked area to cultivate in advance. Are you sure? More or less. The two people in the passageway next door were generally throwing low-ranked energy stones into the passageway as they conversed in low voices. Fong Ping listened for a while and deduced that this was probably the abandoned outer mine passageway. The real core area was probably still deeper. The fountain of life was also in the depths, and it looked like it would open soon. After waiting for a while, footsteps came from the opposite side again. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Fong Ping also walked out of the depression. He pondered for a moment and continued walking forward. The underground was so big. Even if there were guards, they would not be everywhere. He would find an opportunity to get closer to the core area. If he could not get to the core area, he could not get close to the fountain of life. Even if he could not steal the fountain of life, if he could take away some high-purity energy stones, this trip would not be in vain. Fong Ping, who did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, seemed inconspicuous in the energy-filled passageway. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. If this had an invisibility function, he could walk to the core area openly, snatch the fountain of life, and put it in the storage space. The enemy might not be able to find him. Now, although he could not sense it, he was still here. He could still be seen with the naked eye, and it was still very dangerous. What a pity! Fong Ping muttered in his heart. He could already see the passageway's exit. He pricked up his ears and listened for a moment. When he did not hear any unusual sounds, he carefully walked out and explored his surroundings. Although he did not know where the core area was in an energy mine, he did not have to think so much. The closer he was to the high-purity energy stone area, the denser the energy was. Fong Ping could still judge this. Chapter 372. At the same time, deep underground. Right now, Willow King was not around. The person presiding over the opening of the Fountain of Life was a rank 8 venerable, with a few rank 7 chieftains standing behind him. In yesterday's battle, other than the few who died, the 2 rank 8s were fine, recovering from their injuries extremely quickly. However, the few rank 7s suffered from the aftermath of a few self-detonations and sustained significant injuries. Right now, the rebirth passageway was still stable. If more people from the land of rebirth came, the few injured chieftains would not be able to fight with all their might. If it were any other day Willow King and the tutelary would not agree to open the Fountain of Life to heal their injuries. However, at this time, opening the Fountain of Life was necessary. The Fountain of Life that everyone was talking about was currently in the middle of an underground hall. In the middle of the underground hall, there seemed to be a crystal-clear waterfall suspended in midair. The waterfall fell from the sky, but it did not fall, stopping abruptly in midair. Behind the rank 8 powerhouse, a rank 7 chieftain could not help but look envious, saying softly, "If we can keep cultivating in the Fountain of Life, perhaps we can forge an indestructible body in no time." As soon as he said that, the chieftains beside him showed a look of yearning. The waterfall in front was all the energy purified by the tutelary in the mining area of life for so many years. Once they were allowed to absorb it without restraint, perhaps it would not take long for them to forge a golden body and step into rank 8. With so much energy, if the tutelary did not seal it, once it came into contact with the outside world, it would quickly turn into countless high-ranked life stones. Even to them, high-ranked life stones were not dispensable. If they relied on themselves to absorb energy, even in an environment like the catacombs, to absorb so much energy might take hundreds or even thousands of years. The rank 8 powerhouse in front heard the chieftain's conversation, but did not take it seriously. How could they let them cultivate without restraint? These life essences were purified by Willow Deity again and again, absorbing and gathering over countless years. In fact, it was prepared for them to go one step further and become a supreme king. Both Willow Deity and Willow King wanted to go one step further and had been preparing for it. Unfortunately, they were still a little short and could not enter the Supreme. Otherwise, these energies would have been used for a breakthrough long ago. Now that they could open it once to heal their injuries, who knew how much life essence would be lost? If it was not for the fact that the land of rebirth powerhouses could walk out of the passageway at any time, they could not expect Willow King and the others to agree to open it. While they were talking, the energy waterfall floating in the air started to ripple. An invisible wave began to spread out. "It's about to start," the level 8 expert said in a low voice. In order to prevent the life essence from flowing away, the waterfall in midair had always been wrapped in a layer of sealed channel solidified by spiritual strength. The so-called opening of the spring of life was to open a door outside the solidified mental energy channel and let the energy flow out. Once the spring of life opens, everyone must absorb it and heal as quickly as possible. The rank 8 powerhouse reminded, Sir Tutelary must maintain the stability of the stronghold and prevent it from shattering. The Fountain of Life has dispersed. Everyone must hurry, or else Sir will close the passageway at any time. If a hole was opened in the wall of solidified mental power, other parts of the wall might also collapse. Once it shattered, a portion of the energy essence would disperse, while another portion would quickly turn into high-grade energy stones. No matter how pure an energy stone was, it could not compare to the essence of the current energy. It was easy to destroy, but hard to maintain stability. Even the willow tree monster had to expend a lot of energy to maintain the stability of the outer barrier so that its energy essence only flowed out through the opening, especially now that Willow King was not in the city. If there was an unexpected situation, it would be even more troublesome. After the rank 8 powerhouse reminded them, the few chieftains immediately said, "Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Maple." "Get ready. The rest of you disperse. When the spring of life opens later, how much you can absorb depends on your luck. No matter how rich the energy was, it depended on how much you could absorb. If you absorbed too little, the effect would not be great. If you absorbed too much, you might have indigestion and die from overeating." Over the years, the spring of life had opened 3 times, and many people had died from overeating. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone below agreed and dispersed, distributed around the hall. At this moment, the martial artists who could enter the hall were at least rank 5, and most of them were peak rank 5 martial artists. The rest were rank 6 powerhouses, As for the other rank 4 and 5 martial artists, they were guarding the passageway outside. Every time the spring of life opened, some underground monsters would attack. In order to absorb the energy, these monsters were no longer afraid of the tutelary's aura. However, the truly powerful monsters would not take risks. They were usually low-ranked and had low intelligence. Just as everyone in the hall was preparing for the opening of the spring of life. At this moment, Fong Ping had also entered the core area. In front of him, there were a few passageways. Outside each passageway, there were martial artists guarding. Although their abilities were not too strong, mostly rank 4s and a few rank 5s, it still gave Fong Ping a headache. It was not impossible for him to kill these people. However, if he killed these people, the commotion would be too big and attract the attention of the powerhouses inside. That would be troublesome. How do I get in? Fong Ping frowned. Moreover, after entering, if he really obtained the energy essence, how to escape was also a problem. At this moment, he still did not know the specific situation inside. However, there must be a high-ranked powerhouse there. If he was not careful, he would be discovered. If he was discovered, although he could conceal his aura so that the other party could not detect him, if they saw him, they would still kill him. This is not considered stealing, it's considered robbery. The more Fong Ping thought about it, the more his head hurt. However, now the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. If he did not rob it at least once, Old Man Li might not be able to be saved. Even if he could be saved if he maintained this state for too long, Old Man Li might not be able to hold on. Even if he was saved, he might not live for long. Hiding at the fork, Fong Ping stared at the martial artists guarding the passageway for a while. After a while, Fong Ping heard someone say loudly, "The Fountain of Life is about to open. Everyone be on guard in case the monsters attack." Lord Yi Mu, the monsters underground have long been wiped out. No monsters will attack, right? It's rare for the Fountain of Life to open. Do you think we can cultivate? Shut up. If you spoil the Master's plans, you must die. After the Fountain of Life opens, there will still be life essence left. It's not too late to cultivate. That Lord Yimu left quickly. Fong Ping heard the martial artists guarding start to complain. They could not cultivate when it opened. If they cultivated after it ended, they would not even be able to get a sip of soup. The few of them discussed in low voices. Later, they would take turns to cultivate. As for the matter of guarding, they just had to pretend. Royal City had been established for so many years. Most of the low-ranked monsters nearby had been killed. The high-ranked monsters did not dare to take the risk to come here. They would lose their lives just to absorb some life essence. Those high-ranked monsters would not do such a thing. Is it going to open? Fong Ping scratched his head. Although he did not know the specific details, he could tell from the information from everyone's mouths that after it opened, it would be difficult to open it again. It might be difficult to get the Fountain of Life that was not opened. Fong Ping was not completely clueless about this. Special methods were needed to store the energy essence. It might be sealed somewhere, and he might not be able to get it. Only when it opened would he have a chance. Right, now that these guys are thinking about the opening of the Fountain of Life, would they let their guard down for the high-purity Cultivation Aid Energy Stone mining area? If it doesn't work, I can scoop up some high-purity energy stones and leave. It's not a loss. Also, it's not easy to deal with it opening so soon. The people from Nanjiang might not come now. It's troublesome. Fong Ping exhaled softly and looked around. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out his chaos-vanquishing saber, found a secluded place, and started digging. This was a mining area. Even if the willow tree monster noticed the commotion, it would not care, right? It would not be to the extent that the willow tree monster would pay attention to every place, every time it mined. No matter how strong its mentality was, it would not be able to maintain a 24-hour surveillance all the time. In reality, in order to open the Fountain of Life, the willow tree monster's attention was not on this place, but on the Fountain of Life. At this moment, even if Fong Ping really cut off some of its roots, the willow tree monster might not care about him. The chaos-vanquishing saber was worthy of being an A-class weapon. Even if there were energy stone mines and rocks below, Fong Ping still quickly dug a deep hole. Fong Ping quickly entered the hole and continued to cover the top of the hole with the rocks above. Then he gritted his teeth, crouched on the ground, and started digging. A peak rank for martial artist, even if there were many rocks below, quickly dug a path. Fong Ping avoided the direction of the guards and followed the energy-rich area, moving forward underground. He cursed in his heart. This trip had almost turned him into a gopher. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. Was it easy for him just for some energy stones? While he was still digging, suddenly a strong wave of energy swept over. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt like he was in an ocean of energy. Countless energy particles spread in all directions. It was too strong. The catacombs' passageways were actually made up of pure energy particles, but they were too violent and could not be felt after they had completely solidified. At this moment, these energy particles had not solidified, but were spreading continuously. The rocks in the soil were showing signs of energy transformation. "It's open!" Fong Ping's expression changed. So soon? Could he still make it in time? How long would it be open this time? Just as he was thinking about this, a series of squeaks came from underground. Fong Ping heard the sound and looked around. Suddenly, he saw many creatures that looked like rats scurrying around. Mine rats! These were the catacombs creatures that Qin Fengqing said were the most delicious. Fong Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He might have been too careful. Here, a big movement might be noticed. However, mine rats had always lived near energy mines and often moved around in the mine passageways. The catacombs martial artists did not pay much attention to them because mine rats were too small and could not be considered monsters. The energy they consumed was also very little. Unless the catacombs martial artists wanted to eat something delicious, they would only hunt for mine rats. Otherwise, they would not care too much about the existence of these little things. "I'm a mine rat," Fong Ping muttered. "I'm a mine rat now. No, I'm even less of a presence than a mine rat, except that I'm slightly bigger." The thick tide of energy came wave after wave, the kind that was very mellow. If this was on Earth, Fong Ping would have started cultivating long ago. Right now, however, he could not care less. He followed the source of the energy and quickly dug a hole. No one would care if a mine rat dug a hole, right? A few minutes later, Fong Ping stopped. In his hand was an energy stone that looked like a cobblestone. Fong Ping's eyes were bright. A high-purity energy ore. He had reached the core area. Without saying a word, Fong Ping immediately stored the energy stone in his storage space. Then he continued digging forward. At this moment, there were more and more crystalline roots around him. Fong Ping did not pay much attention to them. These roots were just to scare people. Fong Ping saw some mine rats lying on the roots, breathing in and out energy, but he did not see anything wrong with the roots. If he had known that these roots were just to scare people, he would not have been so careful. Ignoring the rats and the roots, Fong Ping continued digging forward. Not long after he left, the roots seemed to be a little slow to react. They only reacted now. With a light shake, the mine rat lying on it instantly turned into a bloody pulp. The roots that had been silent all this time shook. Then a few thick roots swept around the hole that Fong Ping had just swum past like water snakes. Perhaps they did not find anything or sense any aura, but the roots quickly stopped moving and returned to silence. 8. That's about 500 grams, right? Fong Ping had collected 8 medium-sized, high-purity energy stones along the way. Although they were not big, their purity was more than 90%, so they probably weighed about 500 grams. High-purity, cultivation-aiding energy stones were extremely valuable. In MCMAU, this thing cost 30 credits a gram. It was extremely expensive. Fong Ping looked up. Perhaps the mining area for high-rank energy stones was right above him, but he dared not stick his head out. He could still hear footsteps above him. Obviously, even though the fountain of life had opened, the guards did not let down their guard. They were much more diligent than the people outside. Fang Ping even sensed a few weak waves of mentality scanning below him. It was not the mentality of a high-ranked powerhouse, but it was similar to the weak mentality emitted by the sapling at the city gate. If Fang Ping had not restrained his aura, he would have been discovered long ago. No wonder there were not many people at the bottom of the mine tunnel. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to hide from these mentality scans. Maybe a grandmaster with a strong mentality could do it, but if they were strong enough to hide from the sapling scans, they would attract the willow tree monster's attention because they were too strong. The weak could not hide. It was very difficult to hide the aura of an expert from another expert. Forget it. I'll give up on these energy stones first. The fountain of life is right in front. Waves of extremely strong energy were still spreading outwards. Some of the low-purity energy stones in front of Fang Ping were sparkling, showing signs of being converted to high ranks. It was obvious how strong this energy was. He continued forward. The further he went, the harder it was for him to move. The thick energy somewhat restricted his movements. After climbing for a while, Fang Ping suddenly felt much more relaxed. I'm afraid I'm directly below the source of the energy wave. Fang Ping sensed something. Just as he climbed to the bottom, above him the rank 8 powerhouse was absorbing energy while opening his eyes and looking around, frowning slightly. Around him, a few rank 7 powerhouses were closing their eyes to absorb energy to heal their injuries. Outside, those rank 5 and 6 powerhouses were also doing their best to absorb energy. After watching for a while, he did not find anything unusual. Venerable Maple closed his eyes. He had worried too much. If a powerhouse or a monster really came here, they could hide from him, but they could not hide from the tutelary. And the weak could not come here either. Just as Venerable Maple closed his eyes in the corner of the hall, a part of the ground arched slightly. A subtle sound, under the impact of the energy tide, disappeared in an instant. A pitch-black head popped out. The next moment, the head suddenly froze. So many people. Fang Ping's heart was about to jump out. He listened carefully for a while just now. He did not hear any sound, so he wanted to pop his head out to take a look. Who knew there were so many people above? Did these people's hearts not beat at all? It was not that their hearts did not beat, but the sound of the energy tide covered this. Fang Ping could only hear the sound of waves of turbulent energy impact. What is this? Making me steal under the noses of so many powerhouses? Isn't this like going to the toilet with a lantern? Fang Ping's heart was about to jump out. He suspected that if it were not for the fact that his heart had been honed and modified, just this would have scared him to death. The person at the front was shining with golden light. This was obviously a golden body powerhouse. And less than 2 meters away from Fang Ping's head, there was another person sitting cross-legged on the ground. His butt was facing him, so close that he could smell his fart clearly. He wanted to swallow, but Fang Ping did not dare. If he was heard, he would die. It was too scary. He wanted to go home. Facing a rank 8, no, there was a rank 9 tree demon above him. This was not something a rank for could do. That bastard Qin Fengqing was so arrogant, but he almost wet his pants when he met the Jiao. No matter how dangerous the Jiao was, it would not be as dangerous as here, right?